Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville. We got these Eldritch Foundry figures here, and we're going to paint these up, well at least this one, like this one. Remember this? We actually did this one on stream. Uh, Meant to do it kind of like Glittering Caves thing like this, but we'll do that, we'll try that. Actually, I got closer than I thought to the footwear, and even even that, actually I could have gone with a vest there. Well anyway, I think the hair was actually pretty darn close. Yeah. Hey there, Landrast. So, Landrast, check this out. Here's some of the new ones. So, oh, there you go. Yeah, they're kind of, well, let's see. There is a bit of a hole there. This was just supports right there. That has nothing to do with the thing. There was like 10 different versions of this throne here, too. But, well, you can see there's, well, two very different versions of that throne. Now, I was trying to have the smaller ones ready, but, well, this looked like it was a 28 mil fig. Well, it's not quite 28 mil. It's a little bit larger, but yeah, that's the one from last night that you saw super big there. Now let me see. Okay, I think we've got this relative. Okay, I'm gonna move this up a little bit here, because the other reason is the one thing I never do on Fridays is literally film, edit, and render an entire video. So this is the new video, Landrast, doing some little bit of freehands and stuff on that. Actually, let me grab these two. They're sitting over here because we're going to need these later on. Okay, we're good there. So sorry about that, Armored Wolf. So yeah, we're just going to do these two here. Now this, obviously, is... I was trying to, do a little bit of a different version of this. So again, that's not quite 28 millimeters, so we're going to have to make this one smaller. That cloak is going to get kind of, I'm not so sure that's going to survive going that much smaller. And again, we're going to try to do this color scheme here. Now, this was part of an entire diorama here. I'm going to get that maybe back in here super quick. But yeah, that was part of a whole little diorama right there. Okay, good. There's no magnet there. Actually, I don't need to do that. I'm going to scare up my one reference here. 1 second. 1 second. I also have to scroll down to my scenes. Again, sorry for everything being for Smizzle, but like I said, Armor Wolf, I lost in it over almost 2 hours. Okay, so we got that scene ready to go. Because all of a sudden I'm trying to do these animations in Grok, and it's like, nah, no, you're locked out. You're dead. You're gone. You can't do nothing in here. Like, what in the world is going on? So, guess what was the magical thing that got me back up and running there, Armored Wolf? I had to create an X account. Apparently, now you have to have an X account to be able to use Grok. It's like, what the heck? I might have stated it somewhat more forcefully than that, but yeah, as you can imagine, I was super chuffed about that. Literally lost almost 2 hours. I'm doing all of this. I'm like trying to, okay, who the heck do I contact? Yeah, that's as soon as I made a whatchamacall, I almost said Instagram. As soon as I made that stupid X account, boom, everything was back. Because I couldn't even, the way I found out, Armored Wolf, is I was trying to organize all of those videos that I sent you, all the stuff with Helm's Deep and was at the Knight of Umbar, right? The guy on the Fell Beast. So all I was trying to do was get that on a different machine, and I went there to just download them all. And it's like, oh no, you can't access any of this. I thought it was all deleted. I thought it was gone. And I'm sitting there going, okay, what's the deal? I'm doing Google searches. I'm asking Grok itself. I'm like, okay, you're saying all my stuff is gone. So what's the deal? Now we're gonna do this just with a super simple, just to kind of get caught up here. Yeah, needless to say, Armored Wolf, I was not a super happy camper. Hard to imagine why, right? Super hard to imagine why. Yeah, that wasn't my favorite thing ever, and it happened just as I was about to start editing the video too, because I just filmed it, and okay, while I'm editing and all this other stuff, well, I'm just gonna try and at least get some of these files where I need them to, where I need them to be in this one directory, and it's like, whoa, why are they all gone? What's going on here? And I thought, okay, it was just that machine. So I went to another machine. And it could let me look at one video, like the latest one that I did. And then as soon as I tried to get to all my other ones, it just said, no, you're banned, basically. I'm like, what is going on? And then again, about 90 to 100 minutes later, I finally found what seemed to be the magic piece of info which was make an X account. Let's do this. Again, we're not going to mess around with this. Well, let's put it this way: the primer is still drying, and that's another reason why I was late. Is I was trying to get these miniatures prepped for this, but I was also trying to save them because I'm trying to record a video on that process. Now, one thing is pretty clear: I don't think I can use I don't think I can use whatchamacallit there, whatever the heck this thing is, to make the flats. Yeah, now of course, Meshi AI, and not Meshi, GPT says, oh yeah, if you do this, this, and this, you'll be able to do great stuff in Meshi, and that was all a lie. That was 110% wrong. So yeah, I can make in Meshi, I can make really great images of flats, which is hilarious. STL files, not so much. Now I can go still use that image to STL.com. Now I am loath to try and, who knows, maybe I even just get a 1 month sub to Tripo if I can do that. And well, especially since I've used up almost all of the credits I have with the other thing with Meshi, maybe I should just try Tripo for a month. Now again, this is not going to be exactly, where the heck did she go? It's not going to be exactly this sculpt. I mean, it's as close as I could get in Eldritch Foundry. Okay, let's not get too late there. So, Landrast, I hope that you and the lads are doing okay over there. All right, and again, we're not going to do this one. Where is the? Oh yeah. So now this is interesting. This is not the file I thought it was because it actually the file this one. And this is kind of interesting. I think it actually creates these. Think of like you're going to make pins or something. So it actually made these itself. And then there was another one here where it was hollow all the way through, which was unfortunate because as you can see, that led to a little bit of an issue right there. I think we are good with the ladder dry brushy stuff. Now I also do have I was originally going to paint these bigger ones, but well, we'll go with the smaller ones for right now. Again, everything is a little bit on the cuff, on the fly. It's all mayhem. Now we're going to settle down to some phthalo green. Where's our Prussian blue? No, I'm going to go paint. Yeah. We're going to go Payne's green. Oh gosh, Armored Wolf. What was the obviously Caput Mortem is the one color. What was that green? I just I can't remember what the green was that was in that one video that you sent or the Instagram thing there. What was that? I just can't remember. And it was like the only green that survived. All the other colors faded, but the greens survived for centuries. This has me just kind of thinking about that a little bit. All right, now again, we're letting that mix in some places with that lighter dry brush stuff. Let me get that in here. In here, we'll do the brown. Okay, here, more of the Payne's gray, more of our phthalo green. I couldn't remember what the heck that was, and I still haven't had a chance to look for Caput Mortem yet. I forget what they call that now. Obviously it's not called that anymore. But I gotta find me that too. I don't know, for whatever reason, it seems like it's either gonna be S. Fulton or Van Dyke Brown. I don't know. Green Earth, that's it. I wonder if I don't think it's chromium, anything like chromium oxide green. It's something we'll have to research that. Probably maybe Dick Blick, its little info that it's got about each color might have also some help there. I mean, there was good news on the Suno front. I think, well, again, it could have just been GPT being, well, less helpful. We'll use that expression. Now we'll take a different. Ooh, here we are. So, Phthalo green again, and Van Dyke brown. Probably less chunky than that. Yeah, Armored Wolf. I had to clear out all the stuff that I was using on the video because again that was when the heck did I start filming that? But yeah, that entire video was filmed and edited and rendered today on a stream day, which I don't know if that's ever happened before. I've filmed bits and pieces of things. So sorry that that video has not been posted yet, but it will be tomorrow now because I'll be uploading that right after the stream. And then I will immediately be recording the next video, which is going to be fooling around with all of this stuff. So that's going to be a printing workshop video because I haven't done one of those in a long time. And this, I was trying to figure, okay, what it kind of falls under a few categories. It's like, okay, it falls under that. We made an executive decision. It falls under printing workshop. Now, it could be the next printing workshop video after that is a comparison vid of Tripo and Meshi. In fact, I think that's probably what's going to happen. We'll see if the Tripo image generator is as good as the Meshi one, because that Meshi one, man. The other thing too is it gives you 4 things to choose from, whereas GPT is like, here's one garbage thing. Do you like it? So that's kind of a neat thing. Again, I think we'll just try to next week we'll get that and we'll see what happens. I think that's it for our green. Wait a minute. Wait. A little bit here. A little bit there. Now let's start to wander into. Oh, well, actually, wait a minute. There you are. Let's put that over there. Be safer. Okay, there we go. There you go. Yeah, we'll just yeah, that's right. That'll work over here. Even it's got a little greenish tinge. That's all right. That's okay. We can work with that. Away we go here. Perhaps, maybe we grab some of this. Yeah. Now over. Wow, look at this. Yeah, yeah. That's not a pin line. Look at this. How many times have I said pin line washes actually work against gravity? Look at this here. That pin line wash is up to here. It started out here. It is literally going up against gravity. That is, again, people don't believe it. Like, no, that doesn't happen. I'm like, yeah, you just give that a try, like we just did here. Guess what? It happens. Look at that. I mean, it's literally, it's all the way up to here, and it's still going. It's all the way up to there. That is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Now I'm just going to take this, and now it's an inverted pin line wash. Now it's going the other direction. Come on, get in there. Okay, no, there's my Van Dyke Brown. I think, yes. There it is. Whatevs, just put it on there. Don't care. Look at that, we're getting some, little bit of greens up in the face there. Hey there, Valfera. Well, I guess you probably didn't hear all the stuff I was just saying. At least I'm doing better than North Texas, Valfera. Yeah, I think everybody's doing better than North Texas. So I lost an entire almost 2 hours to a stupid thing going on with Grok, and basically I had to waste all that time to find out that I had to basically create a whatchamacallit account, an X account. It was sort of like Velfira. Where are you hiding? Yeah, that's a lot of neat videos you got sitting there on that Grok account. It'd be a real shame if something was to, I don't know, happen to them all. But let's just have a conversation here. You sign up for X, and well, maybe we don't delete all your videos. So that is the situation, in the words of Elron John Velfera. That is a perfect, concise, and almost identical to how it went down, Velfera. If it had gone down that quickly, I would not have minded at all. But it took almost 2 hours of trying to figure out what the heck was going on to find out that information that Elrond was so willing to share. I mean, everybody gets kind of on Elrond's case there for being the mob boss of Middle Earth, but I mean, he was very helpful there, right? He had a conversation. Velfera, I tried to do that Narn ship, the B5 ships. Meshi was very good at creating the image. ChatGPT was miserably bad. I mean, it was laughably bad trying to create that Narn ship until it said, well, I can't. So it was one of those things like, oh, well, here I'll ask you 500 questions so that we can do it. And then when it comes down to doing it, I'm going to give you this garbage thing. And when you ask me why is it garbage, I'll say, well, I can't do it in the first place. I'm not going to tell you that because why would it do that, right, Velfera? I mean, that makes no sense. Jeez, come on, man. You know what? Ooh, yeah, I'm going to do this. This is not what I was originally planning on doing, but I might try that. Also, too, Velfare, I was trying to print out these among other things. So this is meshy stuff right here. So that is a wee bit of meshy stuff. And of course, this is the other thing I was trying to do, is prep this. And also, again, this is the video that I filmed right here. So actually, I like this different version of the oxalis plants here. Look at that. I gotta remember this, Velfira. That was cool. I'm very much in favor of that. I liked how that turned out. I'll have to do that more. Let's do this. Now again, these right here, these are the Eldritch Foundry miniatures. Let's put it this way. Eldritch Foundry is much easier and much more reliable. We'll just we'll put out that out there straight away. It is way easier, way more reliable. Now, as far as expense goes, that's also up for debate. Yeah, how many credits would it take to do this or that task? That's that again. That's something that is up for debate. So that was something that somebody sent me. He wanted it for a friend. It's like a Christmas present or something like that. And oh wow, that's interesting. Well, okay, that's all right. Our green ended up hitting that. Now, wait a minute. Let's get the sword with some of this. It's actually an old Reaper mini. Well, I don't know how old it is, but it's a Reaper mini. And yeah, that a while back gave me that, and he actually that's why I made it a lesson because he went, wait a minute. I mean, he literally works with GPT every day, all day. That's what he does. And he says, yeah, maybe I should just, and they just, well, you'll see it in the video. Tomorrow, I'll be, again, I'll be putting that link up as soon as it gets uploaded after the stream. Hey there, Tatley. Welcome back. Great to see you. I figured Armored Wolf. Now, I'm still trying to figure out what to do for the bases on them. That's actually been the biggest. Well, I also got to get those assembled. That's the other minor delay. But I'm trying to figure out. Okay, what do we want to do base wise too? So yeah, there is well in Middle Earth there is such a thing as a Japan. It's part of the unknown lands, so you have no idea what the heck's going on there, or who lives there, or anything like that. But there is such a place. So yeah, Armored Wolf. I actually have a tab open. It's got. I'm sure this stuff is probably in the Cathay Army book, Armored Wolf. It sort of talks about like the different factions of Cathay, if there is, if that's is that I don't know how accurate it is to say that. Boy, this is kind of neat to see the. Well, again, if this was the same size, yes. Um, I tried going into, oh gosh, what the heck was it? Just the Windows 3D Builder or something like that to resize that. I had no luck. I had no luck whatsoever. Uh, Now, actually, Velfira, have you used? You said you got Meshy. Have you used Meshy at all? That was the other thing I want. That was the other thing I wanted to ask you. Have you tried it? And have you, sorry, made any discoveries there? Sorry, the voice is going to be very ragged. Wow, look at that. It's a whole 17% humidity here. That was the other thing I was waiting for, was a new humidifier. And that only arrived like at 10 o'clock or something. So there was no time to set that thing up, plus try and do all this other stuff. Well, actually, it arrived when kind of at the height of all the grok craziness. And if you're wondering, it's like, okay, what's the deal with Grok? I mean, all of the animations that I need for all these showcase videos, without Grok, it takes, well, way longer and way more credits on Sky Reels. Because you're trying to use Sky Reels for all the animations that are longer than 6 seconds. The standard animation on Sky Reels is only 5 seconds. So you do the shorter anims there, you still get an extra second, and then you do the long ones that you can only do on Sky Reels there. Trying to max out the credits. That's strategery right there, Valfera. Yeah, that's what you call strategery. You get lots of that on this channel. Now, this seems pretty darn light. Guess what? It is not light whatsoever. It's at best a middle tone. So happy Saturday there, Tatley. So Valfera, in 10 hours and 28 minutes, I forget which conference championship game it is there, Valfera. I think it's BYU and Texas Tech, right, Valfera? That is the that's the 11 in the morning time slot there. I could be wrong, but I think it's BYU Texas Tech. That's your Big 12 championship game, right, Valfera? So Tatley very excited actually about well, some breakthroughs. Now I'm kind of excited about you know what? Well, let's see. I don't know how much Tripo is. The like trying it for a month or whatever. What the heck? I guess we never did get any of our skinny tone back there. All right, you can be that way. That's fine. We'll be this way. Here, give me some of my Terra Rosa here. Some of this. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Actually, Grand Oracle, this medicine is fortified here. So we this is even more welcome, Grand Oracle. Actually, it'll help for the voice now too. It's fortified with some medicine furnished by Armored Wolf. So thanks for that, Armored Wolf. Here we are. So Grand Oracle, look at these. These are also via Meshi right here. Now, obviously, you know, it doesn't really take the knotwork and turn it into the usual horsey stuff. What I'm going to do next time is do the throne separately. We'll see if it can actually do something like that. No, unfortunately, Grand Oracle, you missed the skit. Oh, man, Valfera, he missed it. Not by much, either. So, Grand Oracle, I had Elrond play the part of X. I think that's how we would say it, right? Yeah, I think it was Elrond playing the role of X, basically to unlock all of the videos and stuff that I've been doing in Grok for weeks now. I had to sign up for X. It basically said you can't get to any of your stuff. It's all blocked. It's all access denied. And I couldn't figure out what in the world was going on. And after an hour and a half or more of searching, I found out all I had to do was create a stupid X account. As soon as I did that, it was unlocked on every device. And again, just to kind of show you how, like well, I guess the new buzzword is workflow, Grand Oracle. I have it on 1, 2, 3, 4 computers and the iPad. And each one of those is basically cranking out a video of something. So, you know, Machine A is doing videos for the Helm's Deep Army video. Machine B is doing creating videos for the Galadriel vid, for the AON vid, all that kind of stuff. I think there was all of 2 snowflakes today, Grand Oracle. Now, there was no snow. None of that. Now, again, here we at? Here we are. So we are just kind of replicating this right here, which I thought would be fun. Do a little side by side. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to get these both prepped. I still love what it did with the shield, and I'm still convinced that if I can do things in separate parts, we're gonna get better results. Velfira, actually, I thought I had one. I actually thought I had one. Not that I would do anything on there. I don't do anything. What was it? What it used to be? Twitter. And what's the other thing? Not Reddit. Is it Reddit? What was the other thing that a lot of people use that? I don't know. I use Instagram and I use Facebook and that's it. Pinterest, maybe is that the other one I'm thinking? I don't know. There's some kind of platform that people use. Um, TikTok, maybe? I don't know. You know what? Our radiant green, we can use that here. Hey there, Conrad. How you doing? Actually, well, let's do a little hype train, Ola, for Conrad, and also too. I say thanks for the bits from Grand Oracle. Here's a hype train for Conrad. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Look out! All aboard the hype train for Conrad. So happy Saturday there, Conrad. No, actually, Valfira, is there any scenario now with the destroy? Well, see, I'm thinking that Tulane is probably going to be your group of five. It's got to be because Tulane won the American Conference. Either that, or because it's not a P5, it's not a Power Four conference, right? Because that would be Big Ten, SEC, ACC, and Big 12. Those are your Power Four. So American Conference, I don't. I think that's the one guaranteed spot, right? Or does American Conference not even have any guaranteed spots? Let me do this. I'm still thinking. Oh, yeah. I think is it the morning game again? Valfira with I almost said Rutgers with Duke playing for the ACC championship against Virginia. That's a winnable game because Virginia ain't all that smoking hot. They're not that fantastic. I think the one time I saw them play, I don't know, were they losing to Georgia Tech or something? Now Conrad's, it's championship weekend in college football. We got 6 conference championships, and of course we cover it all here on the Wappleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Now again, we did paint this AON up on stream, and I think I did record the process of making the diorama base, and that is right here. So there, and you might recognize those hoodoo rocks. Those oh here, wait, there we go. Recognize those hoodoo rocks? Okay, 1 second here. Let's keep going with this brush. Boy, you can see the glazy stuff is already starting to set there. Now, as I was saying in the video that I recorded earlier today, using these craft brushes here, these golden maple craft brushes, they're not, not going to use them for freehand or something like that because the bristles have too much give to them. However, it makes them perfect for this, where we're trying to essentially do a loaded blending brush there, right, Rottweiler? How you doing? Well, I know how you're doing. Sorry about that, Rottweiler. It is just a little too crazy right now, right? So Rottweiler, everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Why don't you post some stuff on the Instas there? Let folks see that. So Rottweiler, who would have thought that your penalty minutes were going to be served this way? Yeah, you were thinking that 22,000 minute major was going to be served in a different way. So Conrad's, this is the one that's played with the 390-pound 6'6" dudes that run faster than soccer players. Yeah, that's the scary thing. I mean, just literally from a safety standpoint, there are guys that are close to 7 feet tall that weigh close to 400 pounds who can bench press about 700 pounds, and they are moving. They're a fleet of foot. They're not just something like, oh yeah, at a light walking pace you'll be able to outrun them or something like that. These guys are agile. So again, everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Hey there, KS enjoyers, how you doing? Yeah, this is not the one. What is that game? Foosball, right? Where you got the little levers or something like that, and there's the little plastic guys, and you swing them around, and they kick the ball around. Actually, Conrads, we here during the summer. Well, our summer, their winter. We cover all things Aussie rules. Yes, indeed. Love the Aussie rules football because Aussie rules is Blood Bowl, just with no pads, no nothing. I mean, even in Blood Bowl, they wear way too much protective gear in Blood Bowl. Yeah, in Aussie rules, it's just like, well, there's a brick wall. Smash your face into it as many times as you want over the next 100 minutes. So again, let's see. Now I guess Rottweiler, next year for the little guy, not so little guy now, I guess, and his team. Is he? Let's put it this way: is he going to be on a team where people are putting in a little more effort? But yes, Aussie rules football. My goodness, that is one crazy way to spend 100 minutes. So we're getting closer and closer here with establishing our greens there. It's about we get some of that on here, like so. Now I'm gonna do this on the. So we're gonna have to get some of that violet and magenta stuff on our sword as well. So chaos enjoyers, here's hoping that your Saturday is off to a super fantabulous start. So he's yeah, Rottweiler, you can never start that stuff too soon. I mean, all kidding aside, well, I mean, if you want to accomplish something, that is. If you don't, well, then by all means, don't, just do nothing in the off season, right, Rottweiler? That seems to be a bit pervasive there. Oh, looky there, looky there, looky there. That's gonna be neat. Let me do a bit. There we go. There's our lighter stuff there. Blending brush. Which one will use you? We'll use this one. Actually, I think I never had a chance to yeah, I never had a chance to clean that off from the video. Yeah, the red paint you see on the end of that brush is from this. That is how recent this video was. And this is alkyd stuff too. For it to have that level of shiny, that means we were painting that not long ago. Yep. Now we're going to use that over here on our greens. Oh, here too. Yep. Let's do this. Also there. Okay. Let's go do some skinny tones there. We're still, I think we're still going to wait. Yeah, we're going to wait a little bit longer on our other AON. Again, these are both Eldritch Foundry here. Now, again, these are the ones made right here with Meshi. And again, here's a few of the other ones. Also, oh, here's our flats again. I have a feeling that we're just not really going to be able to make the STLs in Meshi. But again, it creates some really interesting, for all intents and purposes, like a color height map that we can throw into image to STL.com. Now, I'm going to give Tripo a little look-see. If I can get a 1 month only sub there, Grand Oracle, we'll give that one a try because, well, we're kind of stuck with on Meshi. And this way I can do a video like comparing the two. Who knows? Maybe, well, I forget who it was that was in the chat that said Tripo was way better. But then they also said the free version of Tripo is garbage. So that's why I wasn't able to compare. But now we might as well, especially if I can just get 1 month of it. We'll see what happens, a direct comparison. Unfortunately, Conrad's, well, it's not like I can watch Aussie rules either. I'm basically just listening to Australian radio. Yeah, it's not like I can actually watch Aussie rules either. Actually, Conrad, the game that I would really love to play is cricket. I got to play it one time. Now, of course, they said we don't want you to die, so they made us play it with a tennis ball. I realize that's not exactly the same as real cricket, but yeah, Grand Oracle is just things must be messy before they can be neat, right? It's the law of Wappleville. Let me grab our. Where's our liner? There you are. Sitting over here. Let's do this. Well, I don't know, whether given what was going on in that Detroit game yesterday, I would think that most U.S. referees don't know the rules to football either. And of course, then there was was that the Denver? Who the heck was playing with the rival Venmos? Oh, that was the Denver Washington game. That's right. Yes. Yes. Who would have thought that the referees were getting money from two different Venmo accounts at the same time? So Conrad's obviously the Bulls historically. I kind of gave up on the NBA. Ooh, gee whiz, about 5-ish years ago or so. So the NBA, geez, I haven't even seen an NBA game in 5 years. which is unfortunate because that was the game that I played the most. That was the game that I definitely played far more than anything else. Like every other sport combined and then some wouldn't equal just a portion of the basketball games I played. Let me do some more skinny tones there. The other one we still gotta wait for that to settle down a bit. Still, oh, actually, Grand Oracle, you would have loved it. So I'm doing the pin line wash stuff here on this part of the base. It traveled almost all the way up to the end of the rock. You know how many times we say like it goes against gravity? It was quite literally going against gravity there. It was real sweet, Grand Oracle. You could actually just like watch it. That was super fun. So yeah, the unfortunately the Bulls have been, oh my gosh, it has to be since probably 2010, 2011. They have been absolutely a joke of a franchise, unfortunately. So yeah, comrades, that was when that was the whole MJ, the beginning for MJ. I don't know if you remember the 63-point game that he had against the Celtics in the first round of the playoffs. And then, of course, there was the Detroit Pistons years, right? So you had the Detroit Pistons, then you had the Bulls. There was the Tom Thibodeau resurgence of the Bulls. I'm not sure if Tibbs is still a coach in the NBA. I'm guessing that he probably is somewhere. Let me work that in too. We need to get some lighter stuff for the Knuckles over here as well. 84, that was the first dream team there. And then, oh yeah, it was the redeem team because there was one point where I forget who they lost to. They maybe lost to Yugoslavia or something like that. I forget who they lost to, but they actually lost to somebody in the Olympics. And after that, they said, okay, no more fooling around. Of course, basically all the teams are just various NBA players chucked together. Let me get some. Oh, I thought I had. Yeah, I don't think we need the Perline Crimson out here just for this stuff. We'll do. Okay, that went a little too crazy there. I'll get some of this now. A little bit of the violet. Get that on. Cheeks over here. Again, Rottweiler, I guess, well, aside from all the other things, hopefully the situation, things are kind of on the mends there. Let's put it that way. That wasn't quite the way you were thinking you were going to be spending the holiday times here, was it? Okay, I'm gonna just bring that in over here for. Oh, that's where we could use this. I'm gonna go. All right, fine. We'll bring that over here. We'll get some of this, some of our white here. Now we're talking. I think now we got it going on here. And again, after a certain point, we're going to have to let that have a chance to just like sit there and not fool around with it. We're going to go on to things like the hair. Oh, yeah. Here we got our basically Mars Yellow Deep, such as it is. Little bit of that there on the sword. And you can see in the corners, we got the reference that we are working towards here. That would be this. Again, we painted this one up on stream. This is on the YouTube channel right here too. Hey there, Doji. Great to see ya. So, Doji, if you want to share some fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Here we are. Yes, and much like the forward pass really ruined football, the three-pointer, not a fan of the three-pointer. I just, it's like any ball shot from less than 3 feet away from the hoop should be negative points. I want to see that. Speaking of 1980s basketball, that's what we want to see. If there's not elbows and all that other stuff flying around, it ain't worth it. Thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. So, Doji, I'm going to be filming the first of the videos on our meshy stuff. Here's a couple more that I printed out. These were the ones that were printed during the stream last night, Doji, because I think you saw this one last night on stream. And curiously enough, it actually did create those. Again, Doji, you want to share some oil painted stuff? Please go ahead and do that. So that was the figure, and I was sculpting this on Eldritch Foundry. That was the figure I had in mind. Me too. Come on. There you go. Unfortunately, I can't really have any sort of references up on the screen while I'm working in Eldritch Foundry because it would be just my luck that the menu you need to see would be like underneath one of the overlays or something. So yeah, there can't be any overlays when I'm working with that, unfortunately. So good. Doji, you want to share some oil painted stuff in the chat? Please go right on ahead. Doing this here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, no. Ooh, I almost forgot our sword down there. Start getting some stuff on that hilter. Let's start to lighten this up. Maybe a smidge more. You know what? Gonna get me some thinner under this too. Our radiant green, we know that needs a hand. And then here we should put some of that on the white also. Doji, it's still crazy to think. What was it, Wednesday? It was Wednesday afternoon when I signed on to Meshi. Yeah. Well, obviously now it's 1 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. And to think that we've got, and this too, don't forget, we got that one also, plus those flats. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Now again, we are going to be filming videos. That's going to be part of our uh, printing workshop series on the Patreon page. And again, I just filmed this, so Doji, tomorrow you'll be treated to this Reaper miniature here on the Patreon page. Actually, and I really like this color scheme for the Oxalis plants, so I'm gonna try that on a future one there. So again, everybody check out that link that Doji just shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Where are we at here with this? We're down here. Whoops. Okay, there's some of that thinner just kind of walked over there. Doji, you would have loved it. On this, here we go. On this one here, the pin line wash started down there. It was virtually at the end of the rock. About 10-ish minutes later. How many times have I said on previous streams, right, Doji, that have pin line wash will travel? Oh my goodness. It went for a yomp. Against gravity, no less. So yeah, I thought you might enjoy that one, Doji. And again, that was it's hilarious because it was a person who quite literally uses GPT every day for their work. Now, of course, that's how I know just how much stuff that I've learned over the last 10, 11 months is that the people that started out, again, these are the ones that use it for a living. When I tell them what I'm doing with it, they say, "You can do that?" I'm like, "You say you've been using this for years every day." I think they're basically using it as a glorified Google search or something. That's what it must be. I don't know. What do you think there, Grand Oracle? It sure seems like it. Because when people, they'll say, like, "Wait a minute, you can do that with?" I'm like, "Well, yeah. Haven't you done this? You're the one using it every day, supposedly for work and other stuff. You should be telling me." But it's kind of like the FDM printing out the busts, right, on the FDM printer. The people that literally use those 1,000 times more than I do said, "Wait, you can do that?" I'm like, again, you're the one that's, well, I think what it is they just want to fool around with printer settings for the rest of their lives. I mean, that's basically what they're doing, is just screwing around with printer settings, and it's like, why not actually print something? Now we'll get some of this turquoise over here. It turns out, land trust, there was one, no, there was one other small piece for the, for Helm's Deep. So that's, I'm sure that's probably done by now. So wish me luck, because the next probably 30-something hours after the stream is going to be printing that last big honkin' piece. Now again, maybe there's more hollowed out parts of it than that I don't know about, but it could be, that could be one gigantic piece. I believe I've probably used 5-ish spools on this. So yeah, Landrest, well, I was kind of actually glad that there was this one small piece, because it let me, actually, well, I also printed out basically the damaged wall part, so I hadn't printed that one out yet. So it's okay, during the stream, we'll print out the blown up wall, and we'll print this thing. It'll be all done by the time the stream is over. Hey, there's surface tension. Boys, surface tension, you missed all the fun yesterday. Or was it Thursday? I guess, well, it really was yesterday, because I don't think on the Thursday stream, I did maybe have some of the stuff to show. But yeah, take a little look at these. Surface tension. Oh, look, there's another one here. And there's another one here. And then there's this fun thing here. And look at all that. I'll get that stupid support piece off of there. Hey there, Camda. How you doing? Surface tension. Why don't you share some of your stuff? Same thing there. Camda, why don't you share some of your stuff? You know, I can actually use this lighter, yellow. We shall mix that with our not radiant green. No, I shouldn't have used all of that stuff, but whatever. Yeah, surface tension. Well, I did set up the nativity scene today. Oh, and also, too, remember we were talking about the Christmas tomato plant? Well, the phase one is complete. I basically snipped off all of the kind of dead branches or the excessive branches on the tomato plant, and I hung the lights there. Yeah, so I have solar power lights on the tomato plant. I'll send out the picture. I actually have a video. I'll send out the video to you tomorrow there, Camda. I will also be putting the ornaments on the Christmas tomato plant. It's a new tradition in Wappleville, surface tension. It's a new sacred tradition, the Christmas tomato plant. Let's put it this way. It's taller than, well, it's not taller than the main Christmas tree, but it's taller than the other Christmas tree in the same room. So everybody check out the Insta link there that Cam just shared, and also check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. That's some oil painting goodness right there. Now, Camda, you said you got the Logitech C920. Was it yesterday you got that? I hope that you like it. And again, it's not going to offer huge, whatevers, but thank you so much, Surface Tension. I could really use that. Again, a little bit of fortified medicine here. So yeah, Velfira, I told Kathy's family I was going to do it. They said, "No, you should go ahead and do it." And it is because it's a solar powered light set. It's super super lightweight. I mean, it weighs almost nothing. So it's literally just sitting on top of these branches of the tomato plant there. Actually, well, Camden, that seems to be coming a little bit sooner than you were thinking, because I mean, it was supposed to be like Christmas Eve or something with that, right? So that'd be nice if it was actually sooner than you thought there. And again, we are working to match up with our Aowen right over here. So we're just looking to match that. You know what? We got to get a little more of our light stuff here. Where'd that blending brush go? Where are you hiding? That ain't you. This is you. And doing this here. So surface tension, since all of our credits are used up on, well, almost all. It's not all of them, but most of them are gone. Oh, and Camda, I tried doing the B5 ships. That did not work out. That did not work out at all. Now, Meshi was able to make really nice, basically kind of like architectural views, right? Top or ventral, dorsal, starboard, port side views. It did really well with that. It did not do well with creating the STL file. Now, if I'm going to ask it or something like, is there any way you can break up this figure? Essentially, okay, instead of creating this, right, one monster honking thing, can you create it so that it's two separate pieces instead of integrated like this? I have no idea if that's possible. There's only one way we're going to find out. So Cam, I'll send you the picture of the Narn cruiser. Well, I tried doing the image in GPT first, and after spending about a half an hour of it asking stupid questions, it turned out this garbage generic spaceship that looked nothing like anything. And I said, so you gave me all these questions and prompts for, oh, I don't know, half an hour, and you churned out that. It said, well, I can't do anything B5 because that's copyright. I'm like, I'm not looking to, all I want to do is see an image of it that's better than these grainy things online. And nope, it was not willing to do that. See you later there, Doji. Hopefully you had a nice bakery run this morning there, Doji. Oh, I never even got a chance to eat the cake that I made. Yeah, that's how crazy it was today. I think I got 3 hours of sleep and never really got to eat supper either. So I'm gonna be a mite bit famished when this stream keeps going, just a little bit. I want to get. You can see some of the magenta in the store, because if it ain't got magenta, it ain't metal, right? I'm glad that you got to do the bakery run. You know what? Oh, maybe this will work. No, I'm just going to get me some of my magentos here. Where are you hiding? Fine, we'll use it. Actually, we're using this in the video here. Yeah, we're using this in the tutorial. I'm just going to scare this out here. Come on. There. Well, that was more than I needed. That was a little bit more. Ooh, now we're talking. Yeah, looky here. Oh, it's almost like Dirty Little Magenta. Remember that, Velfera? Grand Oracle. That was Dirty Little Magenta was a color we used all the time. That was a fan favorite. All right, let me do this. So the last thing I'm going to try to do with what remains of the very few meshy credits, I'm going to try to basically make, of course, where you hide. Oh, that's what. Well, for all intents and purposes, my own texture rollers here, but it's going to be already rolled out texture so that I don't have to sit there with the stupid Sculpey. Oh, can I do it? Can we do it? Yes, we can. Oh, looky there. That is a magenta highlight there on the turquoise part of the sword. Why are we doing that? Well, it's the glittering caves. When you see the Army Showcase vid on this, everything will be clear. All shall be revealed. And again, thanks Army Wolf for sharing the link to the Patreon page where we will be posting the next video after the stream. I'm going to get that thing uploaded to the YouTubes and then posted to the Patreon page. You do that Army Painter pledge thing there, you are looking at, well, get yourself a lot of popcorn, because if it's not 2,600 hours worth of stuff now, it's got to be darn close to it. It is, again, nearly 2,600 hours worth of tutorial videos. And we're not just talking oil paints. We're talking acrylics. We're talking terrain, dioramas. There's, what, 70 some odd basing videos alone? There's a metals workshop. There's the chapter studies. We do all systems, all genres. There's busts. There's small scale, large scale vehicles. Essentially, again, everything. Yeah, yeah, Landrast. Are we forsaking Scopy? Alas, poor Scopy. We knew him well. Let me do a reinforcement of that before we lighten that up again. Surface tension. Let's see. Back in the early day, like literally in the beginning, with the painting pyramid, because that was done the old-fashioned way with DVDs and jewel boxes and stuff. That stack, and this is with the really tiny jewel boxes. That stack was like 7 inches tall. Come on, there we are. I think we didn't do the light on this side yet. Landrest, I forget which video it was when I don't know if there was both lights exploded in the same video or if it was like two separate videos, but those lights they blew up on video or on camera. It's funny how in many ways there's still a lot of things that are similar, and then there's other things. It's like it's not even comparable anymore. Let me do this right here. Let's put it this way: when those were done, a gigantic thumb drive would hold half a gig. That was a gigant. That was the biggest thumb drive you could get. Was it 512 meg or something? Yeah, that was it was done with somewhat more primitive means. The very first like test video I ever did was filmed on a card table. Needless to say, that wasn't the most stable of platforms. It is really hard to believe, again, just how primitive everything was when I first started filming these. Oh, looky there, there's some light. Now we're starting to see some light here. No, not on the lips with this. We'll wait. We'll wait a second on that. Trying to get a little more light on the. There, okay. Surface tension, I think. Wow. And it's funny because the 8 terabyte ones are probably nowhere near as big as the 8 terabyte drives that I have here. I think I've got three, maybe four of them. I actually need to get me a couple of more of those. Actually, I could probably use about 5 of them. Probably 3 for video backup and the rest for STLs. Because those don't take up any space at all, right, Landras, right, Grand Oracle? Now, actually, Armored Wolf, did you finally get the supports, that stuff that you were trying to print? Hopefully, the new supports did the trick. Now, where's our? Oh, here we go. So take a. Now, both of these were started at the same time. Again, that is. We just were waiting for the glazy stuff to kind of settle down there, but you can see a big difference between those two now. And we're an entire 1 hour 14 minutes in. That is it. 1 hour 14 minutes ago, these were just brush on primer, and essentially they looked like this AON here. That's good, Armored Wolf. That seemed to have been a bugaboo for a little while, actually. Did I ever get... we got to get some lighter stuff going on here. Well, at least now, I was able to, because he actually posted something to one of the Lord of the Rings MESBG groups. I finally figured out who it was that I got the... I actually did have a Helm's Deep. Oh yeah, that's right, Landrest. I had basically a Helm's Deep that was essentially as real as, as close to the actual one as possible. I also have essentially the outer walls of Minas Tirith. Again, exactly like the Minas Tirith walls, but I've already printed out the Conquest Creation stuff, which is arguably easier to use, easier to deal with. Is it exactly like the movie stuff? No. But that's not really the point. Well, of course it's not real, Landrast. It's the Hornburg. The Hornburg is real. Helm's Deep is not. Do I want to use this? I'll use this. Yeah, here, let's roll with this over here. Might still have to get some of our... Let me see if I can get a little bit more to skin. Nope, that's not quite enough. Give this another try. Now, we just might have to wait for that to set. That's fine. I can wait. Have you looking this way, maybe? That's a... Oh, yeah, that'll work. That might just work. So we're gonna... We'll have to go back in there and mess around with that a bit, but that's okay. We can do that later. Let me see. So it looks like Valfira has figured out a way. If you miss a stream, it doesn't mean that your streak is over, right? Right, Valfira? At least that's what it looks like. You just have to watch the VOD. But you gotta be subscribed. That doesn't really that doesn't surprise me. Doesn't actually surprise. I can see that. Oh, where's my? Here we go. That's pretty hilarious. That's not too shabby. And I think I could have actually done this. Oh, and remember, it was during the filming of this video when I cracked the code on the stupid two-handed weapons. It's like, so that's what you gotta do? Are you kidding me? You know what? Well, I was gonna break out the S4 tomb here. Actually, Grand Oracle. Had we found some kind of Williamsburg, Gamlin, or Windsor Newton equivalent to Caput Mortem and or Green Earth? I can't remember. Again, I still keep thinking that Caput Mortem is actually just like Asphaltum in disguise. Could be wrong about that. Now, yeah, for a second I was reading that Valfair. I'm like, well, wait a minute. You're subbed to this, but it was another chat. Oh, here it is. That's what I was looking for. Basically Mars Red. That's what I got sitting over here. It's the Paul Rubens version of Mars Red. Again, all the Mars colors are super, super handy. Mars Yellow Deep, Mars Violet, Mars Red. What was it? Was it Mars Orange, Landrast? I think it was Mars Orange. And you got some colors coming there too, right? Right, Camda. Nope, more thinner. Come on. There we go. And again, these were made with Eldritch Foundry. Speaking of the Patreon page, where's the other one? So these are part of the latest video right here. The video actually was all about cloth. That was the primary thing, was how Eldritch Foundry lets you sculpt cloth, and then also how you can manipulate things like the weapon. Oh, and then the different stances. That's the other thing too. So yeah, some new info came about, and we put that in the latest video on the Patreon page. Again, do the army painter thing. Get more videos, and again, that's the stuff that already exists. That's not counting the 20 hours of new videos every single month. I would imagine that if you were to take the next 17 Patreon pages combined, as far as videos go, that might equal like 1 week's of video for me. I mean, it's pretty embarrassing. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but they don't exactly churn out a bunch of stuff. It's like, here's 2 PDFs. Like, that's fantastic. What's going to be nice here is a little bit of lighter stuff on the top of that. Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to this. And we'll go over here. Ooh. Little light. Whoops, wait a minute. It's a little too light. I wonder. I'll have to let that set down. Let's go back to the. Oh, that's what I could get in there. We'll get this. Some of this violet stuff here. Because those shadows are a little too dark. This turns them into more of a mid-tone on the hair. Also, it gives them a little different color tint there. Do I still have my latest? Well, I sort of do it. Now it's got some green in it. Fine. I'm going to take me some Indian yellow, some mango yellow, add that to it. Well, now it's a light yellow. We haven't really hit this over here. And let's do this now. Here. Is there some? There is a little bit of here over there too. Oh, where's that violet again? In there you go. If we need to, we can maybe mix a little bit of our burnt umber with that. I might actually put a little bit of that on a skin tone here also. Where's our other one again? So here we'll start getting in on this one too. As we get closer and I mean, even look at the swords there. Those are starting to get closer too. They're marching towards the same point. Sky blue. That might have been a little that than I was hoping for. Nonetheless, that's got to go here. Now, Armored Wolf, did you get both of those dice bags done? Hopefully already. Lighten you up here. Some along that edge. How did that migrate over the top of this? No problem. You do that. I'll do that. Where did? Oh, here it is. I actually, with the free space left on the plate, I just printed one more of these because I think if we paint them like this, or if we paint them more like wood or something like that, let's say for the Shire, that might work out well. And this was our Minas Tirith one from Thursday here. I was gonna say that was from, well, technically our Friday stream, because I'm pretty sure, Velfera, that our Flat Thursday started on Friday. What is very irksome is that 2 of the last 3 streams were on target for either on-time starts or actually early starts until Big Acrylic stepped in, Velfera. I'm going to blame Big Acrylic for it all. Yes, I will hold them responsible. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take this Indian yellow with the Terra Rosa. It makes sort of an orangey color, but it's not the classic like fiery orange. For the shadow side here of that sword hilt. Oh no, that's the stuff you were showing me, the Armor Wolf. Sorry, I automatically went to dice bags. Sorry about that. It's a default setting, Armored Wolf. I mean, you could literally show me pictures of barrettes and the pouches and everything else, and I just, in my head, always registers dice bag. We'll try and make that later. Oh, by the way, speaking of dice bags, it is getting to be the Christmas times. And when it gets to be the Christmas times, you need presents. And you might want to check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page there for, well, if you want very artisan made gifts there, as in like genuine artisan leather maker and metal forger extraordinaire, check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page. Boy, that might be getting a little too late, even for the highlights on the knuckles. Maybe we retreat just a smidge before we get that on those knuckles, a little bit on the wrist there. Let's see, can I make this a little bit? Looks like I can make that lighter. I still can't believe that all this time in working with Eldritch Foundry, oh, that was the other discovery, is that if you look at the human category, it's for no other category, just for the humans. Well, let's say you're looking to do a character for, well, Cathay or something like that. Well, there is basically an kind of like an Asian ethnic facial setting type thing there. Or if you're doing, what's that? Marvel Crisis Protocol, that we were doing the terrain for that. That Hidden Kingdom or whatever. Oh, the ornament there. Sorry, Armored Wolf. Yes, the ornament. That was looking great, Armored Wolf. Now, sorry, Armored Wolf again. Maybe got 4 hours of sleep. I don't think I got that much. Oh Velfira. Somebody, oh, actually, this brand right here, this Mead, I think it's Meaden, right? They have like a line of soft body acrylics. So where the heck did those go? Oh, here we go. So yeah, Grant Oracle. Do you think we abandoned the golden high flows to get the Meaden whatever high flow acrylics there? I know you're gonna. I know you just jump right on that, right onto that. I'm sure Grant Oracle, right? You'll just knock down the door to do that. Yeah, sorry about that, Armored Wolf. Oh, there we go. That is just. See, we did it on the other side. I needed to separate that. And again, that is way easier. Let me do it little more. Ah, bingo. So what we was doing. So see this in here. So I normally, especially on the miniatures, right? Everything from the eyelid or eyelash to that eyebrow is just one dark color, and it's way easier to just do this one little light cutout right here than it is to try and paint some stupid little eyebrow and eyelash. Just make the whole, just go boom. One big old dark thing and just kind of carve away the part that is not going to be either the eyebrow or eyelash. Ooh, there we are. There we are. We're getting there. We're getting there. Come on. Let me see if I extend that a little. Ooh, there we are. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is nice. Hmm. Hey there, Inganes. Great to see you. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And of course, Inganes, why don't you do the share thing? Get that Instagram link going in the chat so people can see more oil painted goodness. Actually, oh, it's Surface Tension. You posted yours. Let me see. Well, Grant Oracle. Actually, Grant Oracle, if you wanted to share some pics too, please go ahead. And actually, Grant Oracle too. You got any experiments going there? Always shoot me some pictures of that because that is info that I can pass along. Like surface tension, Camda, Grant Oracle. You guys make any discoveries or something like that? Let me know because then I can let everybody else know. I'm like, hey, a little bird told me this. You need to know this. So it's always important info to pass along. Hey, Sea Dragon. Happy Saturday. So everybody check out that link that Inganes just shared. Everybody give Inganes a follow. I am trying to get this top edge lighter. Are you gonna cooperate? Ooh, maybe. Maybe that is going to cooperate. That's a little too much. That's okay, because look at what we got here. We have our Ultra Micro Blending Brush. That's we should sell these for about $200 a piece, right, Camda? This brush right here, we'll just call it the Ultra Micro Blending Brush. And people will just clamor for it, just like the bristle-free brushes. Because, well, think of it this way, Landrest. A bristle-free brush can be any brush it wants to be. It could be a filbert brush. It could be a liner brush. It could be any brush it wants. It could be a badger hair brush. It could be anything. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. I'm going to try to do I never did the edge on this side of the sword. Now we got it. You can kind of see what the inspiration was. There we go. Look at that. Tale of Two Swords. If this one didn't have the channel in there, it would pretty much look just like that. So again, there's our double dose of Eowyn. Or is it a triple dose? Or is it a quadruple dose? Or is it some of those? See what I did there? So hope you're doing well there, Sea Dragon. And of course, great to see you. You know what? let's see. So we're 1 hour 35 minutes in. Like usual, we hit that sort of magical 3 hour mark. We'll break out the fast mat white. That magical 3 hour time where we break out the fast mat white and use that to really do the lock in some of the lightest, brightest stuff. What's funny, surface tension, the only reason I even have those meshy AI sculpts at all is because I ended up finding out that it works extremely well for doing images. As in, GPT's ability to do images is somewhat comical compared to what Meshy does. So remember that cell shading stuff for using with the markers. I think instead of screwing around with GPT to just kind of get the concept down, I might just feed that right into Meshy and see what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of a miniature, unpainted, just like that bust or whatever, and say, all right, this is what I want to see color-wise. Show it to me. Now the downside is that little adventure cost you 30 credits. To generate a new STL file costs you 20. So the price is steep. Whereas basically GPT, it's like, okay, I'll do 100 of these today. Now, for users of Ground, I'm waiting for recoil to show up because the other thing I found out is that apparently things like Super Grok, like we are signed up for, um, they don't tell you this, but they are reducing the number of iterations you get to do on a daily basis. Yeah, they don't let you know. It's like, yeah, you used to be able to do 100, now you can do 70. Oh, now you can do 50. So again, if you want to generate an STL file, this is image to STL. I don't know if the text to STL is the same or less, but you do for 30 credits, you get one STL file, and then you get 4 retries for free. So essentially, you get 5 chances to generate the STL file that you want. However, if it's not right on the first or second one, in all likelihood, those other renders are just going to take something that's bad and make it worse. I can't really remember the fourth or fifth try not being laughable. Looks like Tripo gives you 3 free retries. Now again, doing the image, like that Rohan, let's say the Helm's Deep / Hornburg terrain animation I sent you that was based on the image that I created in Meshy. That cost you 30 credits to generate that image. Well, it's 4 images. Okay, that's the other thing that's different from GPT is your one generation gives you 4 images. Now let's get some more of this Payne's gray in here. And our phthalo green on that sleeve. Also over here, gonna a little better delineation here with this bit of leather here. Come on. There we go. And then we're gonna have to get some of our lighter leather color in there too. Ooh, let's also start working with our edge on this. Work with the lacing there too. I wonder if just a little bit of this underneath. Okay, that'll work. Hit that. Now, the base. Let's do, well, look at that. It's got kind of a nice little orangey hit to it there. Whoa, almost nailed that sword. That would not have been a good thing. That would have been a sad face. Don't want the sad face. I'm gonna take you and some of this. Well, now that's a very interesting purplish gray. Radiant. Ooh, radiant green. Is that our? Oh, that's our umber. Well, that's all right. Greenish gray. That'll work. That will work. I'm gonna. Maybe not. Oh, that's what we can. If we combo it with some kind of yellow, that is the green and the yellow together, because we don't want it to. There we go. Starting to end up looking too much like that green. Said nope, we don't want that. Burnt umber. Always respect the umbar. Got a little bit of a worn wooden floor. Fine, we'll just use some of that. We kind of dirtied up that white. That's just perfect for what we're going to do here. Looky there, kickoff is just 9 hours, 11 minutes away. Championship weekend on the college gridiron. It's almost, we're almost down to 9 hours away. Look at that. Playoff dreams will be dashed. Others will be realized. I'm going to just take that. Put that here. I kind of sort of guessed right on the footwear based on what I'm seeing what is. And yeah, we got pretty close to that, I have to say. I mean, how old is that scope there, surface tension? That's got to be from 2002, 2003 at the very latest. What's hilarious is that I never got a chance to paint that until a year or two ago. Yeah, it was only a few years ago that I finally got a chance. Ford Fitch sent me a few of the old. No, it was Ford sent me a few of the old boxes of some Rohan stuff, a lot of Two Towers stuff. You know, I'm gonna here. Let me try the Terra Rosa on the shoes slash boots. We're trying to get a few little different colors working in there. Same deal over here. And we'll do that a little more there too. Okay. Yeah, surface tension. It is really crazy to think that. Somewhere in the house, I still have the art of what had said some of the original kind of paintings, the concept paintings that were done for it. Well, guess what? Things like the Battle of the Hornburg and such. I think that one is actually like a two-page, kind of like a fold-out or something. So yeah, that is. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go back here. We got the umber. Yeah, we do. There we go. Like, wait a minute. We are gonna tone some of that down. Yeah, good news. It's almost 77 degrees in this room. The less great news is, oh my goodness, it is 17% humidity. Yeah, it says dry. Yeah, I think so. That's yet another either post-stream task or yet another task for tomorrow. Is I've got two humidifiers in the house here now. A new one just came today. It should give me three all total. It is so bizarre because it was only weeks ago that I had dehumidifiers running full blast. Yeah, so that first, Kathy and I, we basically got married right at the time, and I mean right at the time the Fellowship of the Ring was released in theaters. That was when we got married because uh, my niece, sister, and brother-in-law, while they were up in Minnesota, they actually went and saw that movie in the theaters. When they were up in Minnesota for that wedding. Wow, we never did get the darker stuff on this side over here. No problem, we'll do that now. I was looking at this going, wait a second, we sort of forgot something. Now, where's our... So initially, I was going to paint this one. The reason I went smaller is because, well, I was like, wait a minute, we could... Now we can have a little side-by-side doing this. Nah, so surface tension, well, again, at least the Welsh Landic Space Agency is doing their job, right? They've got the anti-death orb shield working just fine. Hmm. That is not... I think we're going to try that. We're going to try that. Some of our not radiant violet dirty stuff there. Trying to do... Okay, I think that was what we wanted to do there. Looks... Yeah. I think that's going to work. Yes, the natural habitat of the ancient Welshlandians, right? A land where no sun shall go. Well, I do believe that the ancient Welshlandians, their home star was like a red dwarf or something like that. So they're certainly not used to all this bright, direct, harsh sunlight. May do some more of that over here. Somehow, trying to get a little more dark there without it being too dark. Also, I'm tempted to put a little more light over here for now. We'll wait on that for now. You know what? Actually, what we should do is start messing with this here. Same deal, like we did on the other one. Terra Rosa. and our Naples yellow. We'll combine those together. Start getting some lighter stuff on the face there. There's still some of our glazy stuff that hasn't set a whole bunch yet, which is fine because we can utilize that. We're actually mixing with that right now. Now let me hit the chin first. Now the hand here. A little bit on that hand. Back to the chin. Upper lips. More on the chin there. And then we'll just have to kind of take a pause on that. And now, oh, no, wait, here we go. Yeah. Mars Yellow Deep to start with the hair. This like so. Here. Oh, geez, the hair, the braid all the way down here. And yes, we got some of the green just kind of leaking in there color-wise. That's what we want. And I was gonna do this instead because I was really liking how the and I don't mean the moss. I was liking the way the armor was. Oh, do I have? Maybe I do. Wait a second. Let me scare up. If I do, I have it here. I don't. I may not have it on this machine here. Nope. Nope. Sadly. Oh, let me see if I can bring up my. Is this what it? Okay. Well, I'm gonna try this. Let me try this here. Because I'm looking. Maybe I don't have to scroll that far to find it. I'm looking. Oh, all of my before and after. Oh, that's right. I was doing a whole series of basically the wraiths, the 9 wraiths before they became wraiths. So when they were still kings of men, and there was some neat images. Oh, plus, that's right, Ken. I think I sent you the dark Lord of the Rings, right? Like, dark Eowyn and dark Arwen, and was that Eomer, right? If he had taken the ring. But yeah, I'm going to go with this kind of reddish armor color here. We'll do that. Because that was pretty nifty. I liked how that looked. I mean, even like Eomer's and Theoden's armor, it was like leather inlay, basically. Okay, fine. I'm just going to have to refresh on that. I'll just have to roll with this. Let's try this here. It's going to be awful pinkish, but I believe I'll have to. I think I sent you pictures of what it did with my Knight of Umbar, right, Camda, where it took just the photos of the miniature, the Navarrete Studios one and the Medusa Project one. And I liked them so much that that's another thing that I want to try to import into Meshi is the basically the before versions of our Nazgul, and then print those out, paint them up, and then have them next to the, well, they're the regular Nazgul versions. That could be very fun, just kind of like what we're doing here. I mean, nobody's ever made, like, before they were Nazgul versions of, I don't know, the Witch King, Kamul the Easterling, the Knight of Umbar. Ah, I found it. I found it. Okay, there we go. Good. It does have a little bit of. Okay, I'm glad I'm getting some of that green in there. Oh, shoulder pit. That's what I. Okay, I'll have to do this one again and give her shoulder pads. That's what's missing here. It's like, gee whiz. Okay. Well, again, I was in the middle of a lot of things at the time, so I guess that's why we forgot. But oh, I'm seeing that now. Well, we can always add those. Yeah. Maybe we'll include that in the video too. It's like, okay, you have a character, you thought it was all what you wanted, and then you realize, oops, I forgot something. Yep, I forgot me something there. That's well, okay. It'll make a good lesson. Do I want the gold there, or instead, I'm gonna roll this way. Well, now that I got my reference up here, I'm seeing it has more of a bluish tint. Where's my Prussian blue here? You know what? I'm gonna get me a little bit of thinner on a couple of these. Actually, the Prussian blue, also this, also that. Yeah, I think that's better. Hey there, Revless. It's been a while. How you doing? I hope everything has been good. Hopefully, December is treating you well so far. Great to see you there, Revless. Yeah, I'm gonna roll with that, and we'll see what we can do with that here. And then that. So basically, the image, and I wish well, I'll try to have it up on the screen again. I'll try to have, I don't know, maybe we paint this one tomorrow, and I'll have literally the reference on screen for you there that we can scroll to the image that was created, and that there's also an animation based on that image that I've sent to a few folks. I'm trying to get the little horse. There we go. Trying to draw in some horsey armor stuff there. And that's a highly technical armorer's term right there. Just like, again, our astronomy terms, like cratery things. Yeah, there would definitely Arid. And everybody, please give Arid Kim wife a follow. Sorry, Arid. Actually, Arid, how did the stream go earlier? I'm sure it was fabulous. Everybody, please give Arid Kim wife a follow. Sorry, Arid. I'm looking over at my. I'm looking over at my reference here, so I didn't see your chat. Sorry about that. Hopefully things get a little less rainy over there, Revless, for you. Yeah, Arid, I was a little confused there, but then I've been super confused all day. Actually, I was even more confused when Elron John got into the mix there. Oh my God! Now here, where's our? So we're doing a little something different on this. It's the same exact sword, in what the heck is it? Eldritch Foundry. That's the Viking sword. I mean, you know, there was a couple other ones that would have been nice. Obviously, the Viking sword I thought was the way to go. So yeah, Revless, those definitely were not in. There were barely any Tigres in North Africa, much less K2s. So yeah, those were not there. At 70-something tons apiece, I'm not sure they could have got them there. I guess that's a question that I want to know. Did they ever try to use a Gigant to get anything bigger than like a Panzer II? And what was the largest vehicle they could put on a Gigant? That's something I would want to know. And fly that thing over. I'm guessing maybe like an STK 222 might have been the biggest vehicle. Maybe a Puma. Maybe they could have put one of those on there. So yeah, the vast majority of the places where the K2s were going to be in action would be Ardennes or basically within Germany itself. So Battle of the Rhine, Ruhr Valley, that sort of thing. Not sure how many of them were, say, at the River Oder. I don't know how many of them were there. I know that some of them were down in Budapest, because there's pictures of ones that got wrecked by maybe getting attacked from above by Sturmovix. So great to see you there, Arid. Why don't you post your Pinterest link like usual? And again, hope the stream was good today. And for a K2 or something like that, well, ambush camo. Oh, it was on the video. That's right. I was saying that. So Landrest, I want to either take GPT or now, maybe even do it when Meshi. Is say take this Space Marine and put him in P. Dot camo or in oak leaf camo. I'm actually going to just try that in Meshi and see what happens. Again, it's going to be 30 credits worth, but I think it would do a better job of it than, say, Meshi, or sorry, than GPTs. That would be an interesting chapter studies, wouldn't it, Landrast? Where's our Shmesh Marines? Where's our... No, those aren't the ones I'm looking for. Not those. These guys, yeah. I have to find these files, and we'll do the P. Dot camo on that. That could be wild. Be a lot more fun than red guys, blue guys, green guys, whatever, yellow guys. We can still make this hair lighter, by the way. You can see this is starting to take shape. Where's our other one again? Here's so these two figures 2 hours ago had no paint on them whatsoever. And of course, this one is a fun little reprisal of the 2003, 2002, whenever that was, miniature. Just going to do a little bit of this lighter stuff over here on our sword handle and hilt. Gonna leave that here for a second. Let's go back to the face details here. Let me scare up some lighter stuff. For these. There we are. So Revless, hopefully some of those other kits that you were talking about last time we saw you, hopefully those have actually shown up and you were able to get those. A little bit more of our lighter skinny tone there. Oh, yeah. I mean, I could... we'll just go... I was going to put a glove on that hand, but I think we'll just go with the skin tone. How's about some shield activities here? Where is it? Okay, there it is. Wait a minute, I gotta get to another workspace here so I can find my reference for. Oh, almost there. 1 second. Oh, there's my shield. No, that's not. There it is. No, that's not the one. This is the one. Now, do I want to go with the design I've been doing all this time? I'm going to do this design that I see here. All right, let me, 1 second. Okay, I got it now. Oh, I can't make it any bigger than that. Nope. Don't like that. Oh, look, it's like we got an eraser. Yeah, it's like we have an eraser. See it a bit there, Arid. Unless we don't think that's going to work and we change it. Yeah, we're going to change that back. Okay, so I'm going to do what I usually do for my horsies then. Which, of course, I don't have any of my Rohan guys out here. So we'll just have to, oh, nope, I don't have any of those guys either. I was thinking I could use some of my these guys right here. I wonder if there's a little something. Nope, can't see any of the shields there. Nope, oh well. I tried. So thanks again, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the Patreon page. And like we said earlier, I've got a brand new video that's going to go up on the Patreon page literally later today. Just after the stream, I'm going to start uploading that to the Patreon page sometime this morning. That'll be good to rock and roll. And you'll have yourself yet another new video to check out. Like I said, we usually are doing about 10 hours, no, sorry, 20 hours of new videos. 10 videos, generally about 2-ish hours. Some are longer, some are shorter. So instead, we'll just do this right here. So we'll get our horsey head there. And then have the mane come down like that. And then that becomes our cannot work there. We need the other horsey head here. Again, the mane comes down. That becomes more not work. So there's your mane. And now the not work portion. Or not worst. Again, I'm pretty darn hungry here. I am pretty hungry, that's for sure. You know, I'm going to erase this again. 1 second. That's, I mean, you ain't doing that with acrylics, I'll tell you right now. That right there, what I just did, erasing that, yeah, you're not doing that with acrylics. So there's a horsey head. And now we've got to get that nutwork rolling here. Over and under and over. take that. Van Dyke Brown. I mean, we could just use the Pearline Black. Don't have it out on the palette. I'm going to just use what I got. I think all this stuff is, yeah, all this stuff is alkyds here. I need it to dry as soon as possible, so that's why we're rolling with the alkyds. Doing that, and then here, where's my darker green? Again, starting to think about our network there. And then we'll come back with our lighter stuff here now. So just some super quick and easy freehand. I mean, nothing terribly complex or whatever about this. Just a couple of horsey heads. We sort of sketched it out. Now we're going to start really boxing in our lighter stuff, and that's going to help really solidify the pattern itself. So we will have the main here be the overs, and then this will be the over as we get further into the pattern here. There's an over. Then that also would be another over. We had lots of that going on last night, right, with our Minas Tirith network. So this is what we're doing. We're kind of creating these overs and unders like we did on this, again, on stream last night. Again, trying to create here our horse head there. Then we've got the main, which goes down like that, and then that's an over. Bingo. And then another over. Thin that down, not too much. Okay, there's our other over, all right. We try once again with our darker green here. Do some separation of some stuff. Yeah, we need to maybe get a little bit of an eye in there. We need a horizon line on that shield boss. Now we need to get to some sky blues on this shield too. Come on, let's break this down. Now we're talking. Don't have a whole lot of sky earth, that there's no sky. Now we got some sky happening there. And if we lighten this up from here, now we're starting to get there. Oh yeah, here, let's get more of this on the shield boss. Oh, actually here at Landras, this horizon line deal here. See how it's round, and see how we got these little those little extra burrs right there at the end. That is something that's really important if you're trying to do like on a, especially on those knee knee pad type things for your Blood Bowl guys. Been waiting for just a regular live stream to show you that. I mean, obviously it's in a ton of vids, but I've been trying to create a live stream situation where I could say, hey, Landrez, look, it's just this. Do this on the knee pad. Alright, we're doing that. Let me go back to my sky blue for a little touch of this. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm guessing surface tension. There were not a whole lot of squirrels barked at or told to do some other things because they were probably hiding themselves. Do this now. So a little bit of liquid sunshine over there in Welshlandia. Let me get the. Come on, there we are. That's some of our, not radiant violet, some of our brown. Again, that's going to be the earth portion there of our sky earth. We'll keep rolling with this, basically almost like again, a dirty lavender type color here for more of our reflected light. Surfing squirrels. I think that might have been a circus act or something like that. Surface tension. The famous surfing squirrels. You know what? Before I start fooling around with anything else here, let me go back to this. Yeah, here, get that. Did I do... Okay. So we'll use this. We'll switch to this right here. Or is that too high? Might be too high. We'll look at that. That was really hard to get rid of that, erase that, you know, because, yeah, that was super hard. That was extremely difficult. Another line of this right here. Again, super basic, super simple stuff. I mean, this is just like as easy as it gets. Couple of lines, and then we get some knot work in here. Where's my, there it is. Come on, doing this. Also here. So it's nowhere near as cold as it used to be. It's probably now maybe -2 Celsius out there at most. It's much closer to 0 Celsius now. I'm looking over at my gambling once. I'm actually going to do some of the stuff that I saw on that. I'll do one more of these over here. Then we'll put a little bit of red inside of these diamonds. We'll do our little Rohan sun thing. Like that. That is a... Yeah, we'll stick with it. We got our horsey motif there, so... And we'll be going back over that with our darks. And again, this is not one, but two. Count them, 2 Eowyn's. We'll get back to the face doing some lighter stuff there, of course. Where are we at here with this? Yeah. This over here. Start sneaking in some of my red into this design here. It's just the Windsor red. Nothing terribly earth-shattering about that. Some more of it here. Little red through those. Maybe even a little touch of that over here too. Let me get into some over here. My umber. Start breaking that down. And there again, that's kind of our eyebrow, eyelid, and then we'll separate those. And it's a whole lot easier if we do that by just kind of, again, painting almost what's not there. So again, there is no actual horse pattern on the armor. I'm just trying to almost paint in a little bit of freehand of said horse armor. And I'm pretty sure I said that in the video as I was sculpting this. I said, yeah, well, when it comes time to the painting part of it, since there's nothing on the surface, we could paint something in there besides just, okay, more just plate mail. There were not a whole bunch of good choices. We just went with what we could. We break this down some more. Not too much, though. We need light there. Some light down here. Also some there. So let's take our blending brush to this bad boy here. It's the old plop and push non-metallic metal style. hit that again. We're just gonna lighten you up a bit more. Yeah, we're at 2 hours 25. Yeah, 2 hours 25 minutes in here, and yeah, we got 2 miniatures going. This is not one, but 2 miniatures. Working a little bit more on my light there. Okay. Try to maybe get me a little bit of greenish brown in some of this here. Get more of our light on the end of this sword here. Try that one more time here. Okay, that's definitely closer to what we were thinking about. We think about doing our lighter green. Here we got our Mars Yellow Deep. Those together starts to create us our light green that we need, that also has a little bit of warmness to it. Work some more of that green down into here. All the way down here. More of that red on the edge of that. Oh yeah, and here too. A little bit lighter on that edge. Some green on the sword here for the earth part of that. Oh, just hint at a little bit of greenishness on the pants there. Fine, we'll take some of this, we'll mix it with that, and we'll see just how late this is for our freehand. Or do we need to let that have another 10-ish minutes or so to set before we do the later freehand stuff? Well, only one way to know. And that is to start doing some stuff. It looks like it is set enough for us to go ahead and start to really, again, lock in the pattern here. Not too much thinner. Just enough to make it flow, like always. But certainly not enough to create that pin line wash. We don't want that. Alright, we'll see you later. There's surface tension. Well, later today, that is. Appreciate you being here, surface tension, as always. And a little more there. Yeah, here we'll get that too. Bit more of our pattern. Don't mind if that actually mixes with some of the green, because what does that do? That actually essentially tones it down, darkens it down, that we don't have to actually paint in any shadows on that freehand there. So thanks, Camda. Just I had to go into the Wayback Machine because all of my my usual Rohan references, well, don't have them. Yeah, there used to be a whole bunch. There actually used to be an entire like little magnetized mini tray of I think the 5 Royal Guard that we sculpted. Those used to be basically next to me all the time. Those are now in the basement in a case. So again, just kind of your standard Rohan symbol there. Nothing terribly dramatic about that. Super easy. Something that we've done 1,000 times before. Well, it feels like it. Probably not actually painted it that many times before. That's wow. Actually, Cam, that's starting to come together. I mean, literally and figuratively, it's starting to come together. Yeah, I know that was not the. It was like kind of like what was going on today with the grok stuff, right? Uh, not quite as much, not quite what you anticipate, or the meshy thing, right? Let me see if we can. It's a little too much there. We'll have to tone that down, actually. Which, I mean, that's not exactly a big deal doing that. And again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Of course, Camda, like before, like always, you want to share some stuff in the chat there. Camda also does the oil painting. Camda will be starting to stream again. Just kind of waiting on some equipment. And then there's the fun part of it, right? Camda trying to set it all up and make it actually work together. Yeah, that's the easiest part, right, Canva? That takes no time at all. It certainly wouldn't take like a week and a half or 3 weeks to get everything to actually talk to each other and work. It just automatically, practically plugs itself together, right, Camda? That's how it always works with that. 1 second here. I'm actually gonna go. Let me go darker here. I will take. Okay, we got some of this and our umber here. No, well, okay, there we go. Now it's starting to mix together. Taking this, down we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll again tone some of this down here too before we actually go back and then lighten it up. Come on, there we are. You know what, I'm going to let those just attach because they seem to want to actually attach to our design there. Fine, we'll let them do that. Hey there, Vostercat. Nice to see you there, Denethor. So Denethor, well, we got all kinds of new stuff. We are painting, these are the Eldritch Foundry AON sculpts here. We're trying to kind of match one of our previous Eowyn figures there. But then there's all this exciting stuff here. These are all ones that I made in Meshy AI here. There's another one over here. And then here's the flats. So these also were done with Meshy AI here. And that was a design that I did in GPT, much like our other one. Oh, and this was the last stream right here. A little bit of in Denethor, there was all kinds of hang gliding jokes. Yeah, there was lots of hang gliding jokes. Oops, wrong one. So great to see you there, Vostercat. And of course, Denethor, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead and do that. Denethor also does some oil painting too, as well as some really nifty sculpting. So everybody please give Denethor a follow. Actually, if you had a chance to stream there, Denethor, I know that you were wanting to get kind of going with the streaming again. Now we're starting to get somewhere here with our... And I get these two, part of a Patreon video. I think we're on, what, episode... I think that was episode 6 of our... Or was it 7? That was episode 7 already. Of our working with Eldritch Foundry. And basically every time I film an episode, there's something new. I'm trying to do some kind of new set of tools, new whatever, or if I make new discoveries by accident, like we did on this one, which was both of these, which was how to manipulate the cloth. So yes, I'm like, okay, we got to do something here. We got to do a video on this because I just learned something brand new. And again, anytime I learn something new like that, I try to just immediately go, okay, let's go film something here. Let's record this process. Trying to darken you down before we come back and lighten that all up. Back to my latest stuff here. Again, we're letting that freehand stuff have a chance to set for a while there. That's we'll let that sit there. We got plenty other places that we can do stuff on here. Yep, we got ourselves a rivet over there. So again, these were created with Eldritch Foundry. They might still have their lifetime deal, where basically you pay once and then you never pay again. I mean, it's a lifetime thing. It doesn't matter how many credits you might use. There's a part of me that wishes there was something like that for well, maybe not sky reels, because now with the grok we don't need to rely quite so much on just sky reels. I want to see if I can lighten up this down here on the bottom a little more. Also this. Let me do this now. More of it here. Again, a reflected light on the bottom of the shield there. Now I go over to the face again. And the hair, remember we said, let's just stop working on the hair for a bit, get that chance to set. Now they can go much lighter on that. And I might be able to use this same yellow that we used in the hair on our little, again, that's a super simple freehand pattern. That is just very, very easy. Knocking that out, no problem. But it's a roll hand pattern, and, well, I think that's a nifty thing to have on the cloak. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Our latest army painting series, well, we do have Rohan guys. Well, they're sort of worse for wear, and they're on the bases because they're casualties. Yes, that would be our Wolves of Isengard. We're trying to show how how object source lighting helps make army painting faster, which is so again, the Wolves of Isengard, we showed you how to sculpt the flames on the base, how to use the casualties. Now we're doing all the object source lighting. And then in episode 5, it's going to be a big army-wide experiment on Dirty Down, using especially the blood stuff and then maybe the slime. I haven't used I used the blood stuff on one tutorial so far on the Patreon page. But that's going to be the first kind of mass usage of the Dirty Down stuff in, say, an army painting situation. And again, that is on the Patreon page that Armored Wolf just shared that link to. So it'll be super helpful if folks do that. And again, it's just the $15 pledge level gets you every single video that I've ever filmed since 2013. That is thousands of hours worth of videos for 15 bucks. Pretty sure a lot of those streaming services, they might ask for a nickel or two more for that much. Maybe even more than a couple of nickels. I'm just hazarding a guess. Throw a little more light there. Okay, now let's get some real light stuff on the skin tones here. Breaking this down. Ooh, a little more. There's a big old glob on the end of the brush there. Some there, some on the chin. Now we need a little bit of reflected light on that jaw slash chin there. Oh, look, it's my micro blending brush there. So again, everybody check out that link that Denethor just shared. And everybody please give Denethor a follow. So Denethor, hopefully Arathu and Banco, everybody's all okay there. Bring that down a little. Doing that over here. Oh yeah, what's the it was Titan for? Oh yeah, the halflings. Yes, essentially like oh yeah, that's right. There's the halfling on the giant goose or whatever. That's right. I forgot all about that. Try to get a little bit of some of that brown into here. Like that. Now, of course, on the boots here, we could take I was tempted to take our weathering powders and just hit the boots and just make them all dusty. And just say, all right, and maybe even the same thing on part of the cloak there too. Where am I? What, was it this to foot? No, I was using, I think maybe that. Let's roll with that here for now. And again, let's see, now we're almost at hour 3. When we do get to hour 3, like always, we're going to take out our fast mat white, and that's where, like in here, we'll really be able to hit some major highlights there. Now, we don't want to rush that, though. Indian yellow, ooh, Mars black. Indian yellow should make for a very kind of almost like a weird nurgly green, that's for sure. Which could make for an interesting, say, leather color. Yep, the former king of Norway, right? Denethor has many duties and obligations. Let me do this a little bit more of a dark right in there. Boom, there it is. That's right. I don't think you saw the Nerickson bust that we did. Was it last week or the week before that we did that? Oh, speaking of which, here's one of the. This is one of the color test figures from that army painting series. So again, oh well, yeah, I hit it right here. Well, actually, I'm not too far off, Camda. Wow, look at that. That is not too far off. For just again, off the top of my head there. Closer than I thought. No, here. That is some of our lizard in crimson. Oh, that's more like it. So definitely say hi for me there, Denethor. Here's hoping that all the house stuff works out great for Arathu. That is not easy, right, Camda? And of course, I think Irid is still off there, but Irid would say, yeah, gee whiz, you think. Yeah, there might have been one or two snafus with that house. Now, I'm going to try to get some of this in here. Now we grab our Prussian blue, a little bit of that sky blue, and that will go right, oh yeah, right in there. So see, we have these bands of different colors that might represent the, this armor that's reflecting whatever. Now I might go refresh the medicine super quick. We won't not be going very long. But well, in addition to the Grad Oracle and such, contributing to some bits and such. Since again the humidity is 15% in this room, we might have been taking a sip or two of that just like for quite just thirst, some pretty extreme. Because man, oh man, it is mighty dry here. there we go. Just needed to separate that a little here. Let's break this down some more. And in we go with some super light skin tones here on the upper part of that cheek, upper lip, the jaw. Now let me see if we can do that little thing, or again we're going to separate the eyebrow and eyelash. Maybe not quite as dark in that recess. Okay, so don't go anywhere because we want to get the last of our details right on our two AON figures that we sculpted in Eldritch Foundry. So don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. Well, I see we're almost at the time where we could start thinking about putting the fast mat white out here too. Because guess what? It's almost hour 3. And that's usually around the time that fast mat white works its way out onto the pallet. Let me try to... Let me see if I can go a little lighter on the green here. Let's do this. A little bit of the Indian yellow in there too. Ah, yeah. I mean, mostly just in this upper area here on the shield. Remember, we're going to be coming back in with some of our lighter stuff here too. As in, like, super light, as in our fast mat white. But first, I will take this darker stuff. Come on. There it is. Horsey head there. Horsey head over here. Try to carve out all of these rivets here. Now let me get Prussian blue. So we're sky blue going on the very top of that shield boss. That might make a little more sense now. This is still not our fast mat white. This is just regular old. Here, let me refresh that brush a little more. Lighten you up here too, maybe a little bit, and then we got to get something on our sword here. Use you as a blending brush, because there. See, well, here we need the edge on that side of the sword. We did the top end. Got to do that bottom end now. I still can't believe I forgot to put some shoulder pads on her, which would make her look more like that. So I'm just like, what is going on? Oh, yeah, that's right. We forgot to put the shoulder pads on there. In fact, I think I was probably looking at those when I was in Eldritch Foundry, and I just probably forgot to do those. Oh, well. Like I said, I can add those now. Then I realize they're just not there. Oh, here, now let's take our umber. Let's respect the umbar here. Speaking of which, I might be hitting up a whole bunch of umbar stuff next week on the stream. Kind of another one of our challenge Saturday sort of things where we try to knock out about 10 of them. A lot of Diwali stuff, a bunch of things that we just don't have. The arbalesters, the whatchamacallit guys, the crossbow. We'll do that as well. So again, there is no patterns here on the armor. I'm just basically drawing that in. We're just painting that in to get ourselves a little bit of freehand-ish type stuff. There was no armor that... it's the same armor that I had to use for Boromir. There's not a lot of choices when, at least for right now, there's not a lot of choices when it comes to different types of plate armor. Trying to get me a little something lighter on the inside of that as well. use the radiant green with this. Speaking of the shoulders, I'm going to try to lighten up the cloak up here on the shoulders. Maybe a little, okay, fine, a little bit lighter on that green up here on the shoulders. And then maybe here on the pants too, or let's kind of make that even more of a warm green, just adding the Indian yellow, or mango yellow as we call it sometimes. Brought that down a little too far. Oh, look at that. It's like we can erase it. Gee whiz. Isn't that fun? Saying, well, that didn't go the way we wanted to. We'll just take this other brush here. We're just going to wipe that stuff away, and then we'll try it all again. Because reasons. And of course, the session here, if you missed a big portion of the early part, like our whole other figure here, if you missed all that, you should subscribe to this right here, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there of any kind, and there will not be, because all that's there for is just to show our past sessions from here, because you can't put them on Twitch anymore. And the benefit of the YouTube channel is that there's playlists there. You got your thumbnails. It's way easier to find what you are looking for, because in the old days on Twitch, you had to look through 5,439 hours worth of thumbnails to find what you wanted. That might have taken a while. Now you say, okay, I just want to see Middle-earth SPG stuff. Boom, it's right there. You just want to see flats. Boom. You want to see Battlestar Galactica ships, World War II ships. All you have to do is do a quick little search, and you're right there. It's all good. Much easier. A much easier way to go about doing that. You know what? I kind of like the idea here of this lighter green in the reflector light, because guess what's going to happen? We are going to add some flock and some foliage. Some foliage to that base. Back to, well, okay, back to this, and also some of the violet here. Payne's gray, and I'm just going to try to do a little something something here again on this rock. We'll come back with our, our little liner brushes and stuff to do a little bit more on that, but I'm just trying to get a cursory something on there as we welcome in Sigan. Thank you so much for that follow. Yeah, so it's like not fighting the Balrog for you. It's like, well, you got a shield there. It's like, well, look at you, you got a glow stick. Oh, and we both have kitchen utensils. That's going to really help against the Balrog. Now, we had 2 of these last night on stream. Is Sigan going to get one of... Whoops. Well, it was almost. It was just the opposite side. It was just the opposite side there. So how you doing there? Sigan, great to see it. And, of course, again, we've got 2 Eowyn's for the price of 1. Now, that has had a chance to set, it really... That is pretty fun, seeing that side by side. And again, tomorrow, well, who knows, we will be painting one of these, I think, possibly this one. I think that's what we might be doing. Or this one. Whatever I can prep. Whatever I can prep is what we'll be having on the stream. Well, later today, because it is tomorrow already. It is now 3:12 in the morning of tomorrow, which is today. That's not confusing at all. Ooh, also too, it's we can start to get our fast matte white out here, so that we can start to lighten some things up, like really, really lighten some things up. Some of the the latest highlights on swords and our shield there. We'll do that. Possibly also in the hair. Now I didn't do too bad. Just a Rohan symbol from memory. When I realized that I did have some of my army painting series miniatures sitting there, and one of them just happened to have a Rohan shield. So again, happy Saturday there, Sig. I hope that morning is treating you, or the afternoon if you're in the Australia lands. Hit some more of our. There we are. We'll have to come back with our red as well. Now, 3 hours, 6 minutes, 49 seconds ago, both of these figures, they look like this because they were all primed at the same time. And again, this is a figure I just made Wednesday. All of these. Well, these I made last week in Eldritch Foundry. So I made these. No problem there. Inganes, why don't you share your link one more time before you head off to some breakfasts there. Yeah, Camden, it's getting to be dinner time here too, even though it's 3:30 in the morning, because that's Chicago dinner time now, right, Camden? Boy, Camden, it was very nifty seeing that. Now, at that size, remember we had the, on the bigger shield, right, on the bigger shield, we had, that printed out. On the tiny one, that did not print out. I'm not surprised. Again, I mean, it's kind of like the flats, right, Camden? I believe, it seems like we've been doing the flats for like 2 or 3 years. It hasn't even been 2 months yet. I don't think so. Maybe if it's been 2 months, it's like just like right at the 2 month mark. That is it for those things. Can you think we've been doing them forever? But the pace of discovery is quite intense, right, Camden? And again, I appreciate all the folks that do the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and do the Patreon page, because that is, well, that's what keeps all that stuff going. Well, it looks like we conjured ourselves a raid because someone wishes to enter our domain. And that just might be Paint and Dan. So, PhD, how you going? So why don't you maybe share a little something in the chat? I know you just finished your stream, but I'm sure you got some Insta links there. Look at this here, PhD. We got ourselves 2 figures that we made in Eldritch Foundry. I don't know if you remember the Kathy figure that we did, the Wapelius Spellbrush figures there. But yeah, we did these in Eldritch Foundry. This is a bit of a reprise of an AON figure. I painted this, well, a couple years ago, but this goes back to 2003. This right here is definitely 2025. Hey there, RIP artist. Great to see you again. Now, I think also, too, you've seen some of the flats we've been doing, right? Boy, we've actually painted a bunch of the Lord of the Rings ones. Now, this was last stream. Right here we did this. Stream before was the Shire. And then we've also done some Barad-dûr. Where's our... Where did you go? Oh, there you are. Here's our 2 Dark Queen Schmaladriels here. More flats, more goodness, and then, wait, there's more. Where's our Eowyn here? Speaking of Eowyn, there we go. Oh, thanks, Paint Hand. Appreciate that. Oh, and there's still more of those. This is just the Lord of the Rings stuff. This doesn't count all the new ones that we've done, printed up and everything, plus the Trench Crusade flats. Which one of them is here? There it is. There's our Trench Crusade flat. And of course, Painthead, again, you want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. Of course. Oh, yeah. This was our Monday stream. So, Armada Mondays took a holiday turn. Yes, these are ornaments. And it's a very Corsair Christmas there, Painthead Dan. Yeah, we painted these up on Monday. That again, they're just plastic ornaments here. And painted those up. Had a blast with those. Oh, and of course, this was, I think this was either last Friday or last Saturday, we painted up this little Nerixon bust there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Vassal. Appreciate that. So, like, okay, so, I'm getting kind of confused here. There's, like, two of you, and then the other guy says he's a wizard of many colors. He's like, oh, that Saruman dude. It's like, yeah, he tells really bad dad jokes. It's like, you're kidding me, man. Try listening to those on Pipeweed. Maybe he shouldn't have mentioned that. He already rolled a 1. right, Sig? We get another one of these. What's going to happen here? Ooh, well, that's a little better roll. A little bit better there. Typically, when we mention Pipeweed on the stream, well, it doesn't go so well for Gandalf on that roll. So great to see again the RIP. And of course, again, Painhand, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, like always, please feel like you can do that. And of course, thank you so much for the raid. And again, we made these in Eldritch Foundry. Oh, actually, where's our new stuff? Where is that hiding? Oh, there they are. So these were some new experiments and some flats right here. You can see it's got a little more dimensionality to it. Again, another little experiment. I think we're going to have to not do as much of these patterns here and just more with the figures because it seems to handle those, well, sort of, a little bit better. And that is part of our, well, let's see, I don't think I can dig out the Arthurian ones without creating quite a fracas here. They're kind of buried right now. But we'll be painting those up on stream soon enough. Gonna lighten you up a bit more here. Then we'll try and get our lighter reds into this as well. Oh, well, there we are. Alright, lighter reds. You know, I'll just leave that stuff in the brush. How's about a little Windsor yellow getting into that Windsor red? Makes it a little more orangey too. There we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Painthand Dan just shared. And then, of course, what do you need to do after that? You got to give Painthand Dan a follow. Do that too. So thank you so much for the raid there, Painthand. Maybe not. Yeah, let's not go too light with the red over here in our shadow areas. But we are going to do this here. And reason I'm doing this little pattern here is it kind of is, remember our gambling figure that we did quite some time ago? That was, remember we chopped off that. It's just a regular old plastic Rohan dude, chopped off the head, put a new one on there, sculpted the hair, the cloak, and the banner. Yes, the banner didn't exist, at least not on that figure. We can get some of our lighter red down here. So again, everybody please check out that Instagram link. Yeah, it is an Insta. Check that out that Painthand Dan just posted. Hit this here. This here. So again, I think, who knows, we might, if I can, get this on a big old base. We might try to paint that. Talk about painting large scale. Huh. Yeah, that's that's always an important part of it, right? Painthand Dan is sport, and of course, I'm sure you're probably a bit tired and famished too. We're pretty hungry. So thanks for the raid, Painthand. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Painthand Dan a follow. There we are. Okay, now, do we hit this one more time with our lighter red? Okay, I'm gonna try it. If we don't like it, guess what? We can just wipe it away like it never was there in the first place. You know what? That's getting to maybe be a little... Ooh, no, no, no. Let's use our white here. That's it. That is it. Over here. Come on. There's that. So working just a little bit of the red in there. Just, again, super, super simple freehand. Now, we were saying it's past 3 hours. We can get our fast mat white out here for some critical, crucial little highlight areas. So here it is. Fast mat white. Let's get this going. We'll just chuck it over here. Uh, don't need a whole bunch of it. That's for sure, because again, the the Paul Rubens weight is kind of doing a little bit of that heavy lifting there. Chuck a little bit of thinner on that just to kind of start breaking it down, and then we're gonna just, yeah, here over here we can do this. All right, shield time. A lot of stuff on the shield with our. Oh yeah, that makes a big old difference there. Should make a big old difference in our freehand design. Remember, we just kind of sketched that out. There's our over. Here's another over. Now we'll do the same on the other part of this. Also, got to get that horizon line on our shield boss there. We hit the, yeah, a little later there too. And let me. And did not work there. Okay. A bit of over. Now on our the rivets out here. Top of our shield really needs to get some. There we are. Been waiting for that for quite some time, at least about the last hour-ish, waiting to see our latest lights hit that. Also here on the lower portion of our shield. Too much reflected light, so guess what we can do? We can just go in there and quite literally erase that. There we are. Sword time. And what to do is on the other sword too. You can see how much lighter that's going to be right there. Much lighter. More here, and now like this. Over here. Catch a couple little highlights on, yeah, here's some stuff on the armor. Do some stuff on the hit. Oh, that was too much. Yeah, we can use this brush to just try to scrape some of that away. So the idea here is we're just trying to fashion a little bit of what looks like, you know, that little bit of filigree inlay in some of the armor, like you do on your Rohan armor. That might have been a little too happy with our later stuff. We'll go back with this. And then maybe this. Here we go. Get some of this umber lined up again. That's more like it. We might try to get some more light into the eyes here. Maybe even on to some of the skin tone there. Trying to get that upper lip. No, that's gonna be that's gonna be too light. Let's back off a little. Yeah. We will let this mix with also what is already on here. Ah, let's get the knuckles and the hand over here. A little bit lighter. There too.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Corvette Sapiens. Appreciate that. Do we have ourselves a... Oh, wait a minute. Wait, we're going to have a different... Oh, I thought we had our... No, I thought we had our other Gandalf here. It's like, well, where's the bust one? The guy with no arms. It's like, so you really had to bring that up. That's a bit of a sore subject for us, you know. No arms. Yeah, this is the grumpiest of all Gandalfs. So, oh no, he's not up here. He's downstairs too. Yeah, the bust version of Gandalf. Since he decided to fight the Balrog with again a glow stick and a kitchen utensil, it didn't go so well, and the Balrog ripped off his arms, and that's why that bust has no arms. And he's very grumpy as a result. Let's see if we can get a 6 here. We had 2 of them last night. What's that? Oh, well, that's close. Closest so far, a 5 for Corvid Sapiens. Thank you so much for that follow. Ah, I know it. Jeez, we almost forgot. We're working on this rock here. Okay, we're going to grab this, again, the Payne's Gray, some of our white. That's kind of almost like a violet bluish gray here. And the lesson where we sculpted both of these in Eldritch Foundry, that is on the Patreon page. That is one of the, well, actually right now I think it is that the newest video, or was the army painting series the newest video? And again, this is our latest army painting series here. Look at that, Rohan. So a little bit of Wolves of Isengard. Oh, look at that. There's your white hand of Saruman. And again, the whole idea of this is to show you how object source lighting can actually make it a lot faster to paint your army. Because look at this. Almost half of the color, something like 45% of the color here is just orange. All this other stuff here, this is what takes time, right? Bluish grays, greens, greenish grays, a little bit of earth tones over there. This doesn't take that much time. It's just a bunch of oranges, right? R.I.P. artist. So Corvette Sapiens, every time there's a new little hobbit that follows, there is a roll on the Gandalf 6. And of course, if he mentions pipeweed, well, things tend to not come out 6s. They tend to come out 1s. So yeah, that's well, adding on to, of course, our Dunlending and Wolves of Isengard army, of course. Well, we've added a bunch to our Moria army. We've added a whole bunch more to our Courser. We added more to the Coursers, even. Yeah, even more. Where are we at here? Then we're doing that. Now, again, tomorrow, I think this is what we'll be painting on stream again. This is one of the figures that I made in Meshi there. And if I can get the larger version of this one prepped too, we'll have that one maybe for next week or something. So you can kind of see there's a Now, of course, I thought this was going to be pretty close to 28 mil. No, it was more like, it wasn't exactly conquest size. You know what? It's almost, yeah, it's pretty much Shatterpoint scale. Let me, let's see. This will show it here. No, it's a little bit bigger than Shatterpoint scale, I guess. I thought it was right about that size. But yeah, that was, again, some figures that I was sculpting based on some artwork I was ironically creating for the showcase video for all of our Eowyn stuff here. And again, where's our Eowyn flats that we painted a few weeks ago? So again, did a couple of these here on stream. We made those like all of our other flats. Trench Crusade, Arthurian theme, Japanese theme, and now we even have a Battlestar Galactica theme. Speaking of BSG, I'm pretty sure next Monday, if we don't have one of these ships ready, we'll just do an ornament, a BSG ornament. Again, kind of like our what we did on Monday here. So this was our Monday stream for Armada Mondays, a very Corsair Christmas. We'll do some more of that. It is holiday season, and that means ornaments. Of course, the further we get into the holiday season, it starts to mean, well, we start to take the ornaments to a truly extraterrestrial level here as we start doing stuff like, oh, this. This is always our New Year's Eve stream as we paint planet Earth and we celebrate New Year's one time zone at a time. See what I did there? And then, of course, this is the bestest of all worlds right there. This is a pro Pluto stream. Free Pluto. Let me get back to my main scene. Thanks, RIP. Appreciate that. I'm just trying to get a little some more stuff here on our rocky outcrop. Let's throw some of this over here. Well, we'll come back with some more darks here. Oh, and by the way, 3 hours 28 minutes ago, both of these figures, they had no paint on them. They looked exactly like this because they were all primed at the same time. Yeah, so they were just this dark brown primer. That's it. And, well, if we're painting this tomorrow, it's going to be the same dark brown primer to start out with. That's it. That's all it's going to be. We're going to have to get some lighter stuff in the boots there. Yeah, we'll have to do that too. And I think we'll have to stop fooling around here with the rocks. Move on elsewhere. Give that paint a chance to set. That's the whole point of working on the multiple figures at once. Let's move on to either a different area here, like maybe this. Still can't believe, as I was sculpting this, forgot to put the shoulder pads on there. And I could swear that I was just about to do that too. I think it might have been that I discovered another tool or something like that, so didn't want to forget about it, and I wanted to make sure we got it covered in that video. Fine, we'll put a little extra reflected light there. Now, how's about we do a little of our darker green? We've been doing a lot of the lighter green, lighter everything. How's about some darker green here? And that is going to do a little bit of cleanup on the freehand here. Again, this is just a super easy little Rohan pattern. Nothing difficult. And pretty much matches a lot of the other Rohan cloaks that we did, including that Gamli cloak that we just showed Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. You want to see past streams or kind of watch the earlier part of this if you missed it. This is a YouTube channel with no ads. This is where all of our stuff goes, right, Panda? How you doing? Thanks, Panda. Appreciate that. And again, it's a little bit reminiscent of our gambling one. Again, this we actually sculpted and painted that on stream also. Me, yeah, a little bit more of the darker green in here. Get that separated. After seeing that other shield. And then maybe even here in our knotwork, we'll separate some of that a little more. Try to actually, yeah, take a little more of that away. It also helps to kind of darken it down a smidge. Maybe that even needs a little more of our separation there. Well, that's good, Camden. Now, I have no idea when the green stuff world oil paint markers are showing up. Now, again, I think they're meant to be filled with kind of anything. It is green stuff world, so it could go a lot of different ways, right, Camden? It could be holy smokes. It could be holy smokes. See what I did there? Yeah. Either way, it could be, again, either something that's really fantastic or maybe something that's, well, we'll give that a pass. It could go either way. I will try to restore the dark that I had here. 1 second here. Let me see what that was. Okay. Yeah, we'll darken you there too. So again, this is actually freehand up here. There is no texture there. I'm just trying to create, here it is. Sort of like what we have here on this armor. Trying to create the same texture there. So Panda, I hope that your Saturday is off to a fabulous start. Or if you're in Aussie land like Camda, here's hoping that your supper is going to go well. Yeah, that's making me hungry. Just think about it there, Camda. Now, actually do mention the markers in this latest video here, Camda, and that there is no way I would have even attempted, actually, I wouldn't have even tried any of this freehand with those marker pens, or whatever the heck they are. Now, when we did the Guinevere thing, when we did our vehicle, that was a little different story, because A, it was much bigger, and we were kind of going over a rougher surface. That's a relatively flat surface as far as, say, freehands go. I mean, it's not completely flat, but it's definitely a little more flat. Certainly way more flat than, again, this is the latest video right here. There were way more undulations I was trying to paint all these flowers over. That was just a matter of, I don't know, an hour and a half, I think. Maybe 2 hours before I started the stream is when I finished that video. So I kind of went directly from filming to editing, rendering, and then to streaming. So let me know how you like those, Camden. You know what? I'll just darken all this. That seems to help. Also, I'm going to try and tighten up this line too. Ah, yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that looks a little sharper now. That was looking a little fuzzy. A little fuzzy right there. You know what? We're going to take this. Let's bring out the Prussians here. We need to enforce something, so we'll bring out the Prussians, and that's going to go right here. Yeah, we needed that. When you need to enforce something, you just bring out the Prussians. Now we're going to get this kind of grayish violet over here. Yeah, we're going to do like a grayish violet highlight for our boots. We could also do like we do with our Trench Crusade stuff, and that is break out the weathering powders. And actually put them on at this point because, again, with the oil paint still wet like this, you put the weathering powders on now. When the oil paints cure, which will just be over the next several hours, that basically fuses with the oil paint. Oh, and by the way, by this time tomorrow, these two figures will be maybe not completely bone dry, but you could probably handle them. That's again the magic of not just the alkyds, but the fact that we are not doing layers. Hashtag no layers with the oil paints. Again, using regular oil paints out of the tubes, all kinds of different brands. Now, this is the only alkyd that I have in my hand here. That's one of the Paul Rubens, and these you can get on the Amazons. This is one of our other alkyds right here. Again, that's the Winsor Newton. We also have the regular Winsor Newton artist colors. And again, Williamsburg, Gamblin, and look, there's a Winsor Newton for you. So again, these are the, well, it used to be the big three, it used to be the big three, which was Gamblin, Williamsburg, Winsor Newton. Then it was the big four. Richardson got in there. Now it's the big five because the Paul Rubens stuff got in there. Now, yeah, Cam, to definitely know what you discover there, right? I mean, more info, more better. And who knows, folks, maybe they're more comfortable using those. Now, as far as these hairy sticks, I might have spent 1 or 2 years over the course of, well, a lifetime painting with the hairy sticks, so we're kind of used to those. Other folks, maybe not so used to it. Maybe the marker pens turn out to be a better option for them. It's all about the options, right, Camda? Gotta present the most options. So try art. Okay, well, Camda, yeah, again, I don't mean to punish you by giving you homework, but just shoot me a little reminder on that. And, well, we can give that a little look-see. Because if some companies are taking, getting rid of theirs, we need to find companies that are, well, making them too, right? You can never have too many options. Now, the alkyd paints, you do give up stuff with the alkyds. They're not going to be anywhere near as kind of forceful as, say, I don't know, Williamsburg, whatever, but you, you can get an entire set of 50 practically, well, 38 for sure, Paul Rubens paints for the cost of, where's that? Here we go. Yeah, this one tube or 38 tubes of Paul Rubens. And they're also 50 milliliter tubes. So again, that's if you can't expect those other tubes of paint to match something that's going to drop, 65, 70 bucks on you there. That's not usually something that people are dealing with the acrylics. They have a tendency to be more kind of the same. Now, watercolors, pastels, and watercolors and oils especially, you're going to have a wide degree of difference in color pricing. That is all because of pigments and process. common pigments. Those are going to be series 1, 2, maybe 3 on the extreme side. Those crazy things like Williamsburg Series 7, that means they're made of rare pigments and also they're made with kind of a, shall we say, a labor intensive process. That's kind of what goes into your pricing. Now, what goes in here is a bit, see some of that green. We're reflecting, and also too, there's going to be some flock and such on the ground, which all of a sudden put me in mind of the groundskeeper at Old Comiskey Park. He was known as the Sod Father. Yep, that's what he was known as. Not a joke. Pretty much grew up with that my whole life. The Sod Father taking care of the field there at Old Comiskey Park. I think he might have actually gone over to the new Comiskey Park in the 90s. Touch of light right there on the end of the shoe and up here. Probably do a little something on the laces as well. Let me, yeah, light there, and now definitely over here on this side. Where's my? Let's mix a little bit of our white in there. Yeah, that's still too chunky. A little thinner. Little bit of thinner laces time. There we go. Laces. Something more like this here. Nice little bit of, maybe that's even a bit of worn leather or something like that on the edge of it. So think about it. Well, we have spent less than 3 hours per figure. And again, there was no zenithal, there was nothing on either one of these. That is, again, the magic of the oil paints, right? Camda on display. And of course, Camda, you want to share links to your oil painted stuff. That is fine and dandy. So we had a, can you see what I'm doing there? Hopefully it's not blocked by the figure itself. It's going to get me a little extra light here on the top of the boot. There we go. Das Boot. Das Boot there. A little more light on the base down there, and maybe I am going to see if I can't do some reflected light on our rivets here, at least the bigger ones. These are relatively large rivets here, so I think we kind of need this reflection. Yeah, we got it there. Alright, okay. Now let's march back to this one. Do we need to go lighter on the floor or darker? Well, only way to know is to start playing. Yeah, we can go later. Alright. I'm pretty sure these are the two integrated ones. So you can get them when they send you the files that you create. There's two. There's the integrated ones like this. Again, that's from Eldritch Foundry. So they're already joined together, or they are separate. And that's what we did, remember, with our Kathy Goblin figure, because we wanted that in the Moria style basing, and there was nothing, at least not yet. There is no like basing texture type stuff for Eldritch Foundry. That's something they said they were working on. I'm going to try and shoot him a message. He's, well, I'll shoot them a message maybe Sunday or something like that. They really won't see it till Monday. But I'll send them a message about these and I'll ask them, hey, are the basing things that we're trying to do, are those, because they were targeting December slash January for them. So I'll ask, let me try to work in some more of this. Also here, let me, there's our essentially Mars red. We're gonna try to lighten it. It's a little bit too late, but look at this. Here's our super micro blending brush to the rescue. There we go. Look at it. Just gonna take that and just spread it all around. I mean, how many layers of paint would that be? If you're all kidding aside, you're doing that with acrylics. That's this right here. Okay, is that 3, 4, 5? Let's say it's 5 layers to do that. This took seconds to do that, and I can always, do another little round on it. How long would that take you to do with standard acrylic layering? Well, a little bit longer than that. Maybe a lot bit longer than that. Yeah, there. I mean, like, boom, done-ish. That's it. Feeny, no fooling around. I mean, yeah, saving time is important for me because, well, this is what I do. And as they say, time is moolah. But for folks that don't do this for a living, you got to go just as fast because you don't have that much time to spend on your painting. That's why my videos are, I try to keep them max two plus hours long because most people, and I've asked around, they say, yeah, but I'm lucky if my paint sessions are longer than say 2.5 hours. If I don't have to go somewhere maybe the next day or whatever, then I can go maybe longer than 2.5. But otherwise, that's my limit. So I try to keep them at around that length. So yeah, RIP. Green Stuff World is sending something. Now I did a couple of videos on the Patreon page already. Do I have any of those markers sitting? Oh, good. Okay, here. Because a while back, I gotten these stupid eyeliner pen type things because they have, well, basically brushes on the end of them. Lo and behold, like, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 months later, all you see on Instagram is ad after ad for all these paint marker things, which I thought was hilarious. So then I got myself, just another batch of, well, actually, I was getting emails from companies saying, hey, do you want to try these? And I said, well, no, I just don't see how I'd be able to make videos with them. I couldn't use them on stream, obviously. So I just kind of said, nah, don't bother sending anything here. And I ended up, of course, getting like a whole entire set of them. Again, I was trying those out in one of my latest videos. It's a vehicle painting tutorial, basically transferring freehand to it. Now, first time I used them, I think was on. Where is our Guinevere? This one. So yeah, that was the first time I used them, not to paint that pattern, but just to sketch it out. Again, for people that maybe are not used to, using a brush, at least to draw patterns onto a figure, that was why we did that. I think that was again one of the first chances to kind of test out those crazy marker things. RAP. Well, guess what? Earlier today, that's one of the reasons why the stream started so late. Uh, I was just going in to download some of the videos that I've been making in Grok for my Army Showcase vids, and all of a sudden I'm locked out. I'm like, what's going on here? I thought they were all deleted. The only way I could get access was by signing on to X. So apparently, somehow, I was able to do all this stuff in Grok without being signed on to X. But oh yeah, I was pretty well convinced that they had just basically wiped out everything that I had done. And we're talking about dozens and dozens of videos that I had created. I'm like, that would be bad. Now I've downloaded most of them, but they're on like 5 different machines. So yeah, that was our Resin Beast entry at Adepticon this year. Yeah, that got I got first place in large figure, and it also got the manufacturer award from Loot Studios. Let me hit that here. Yeah, RIP. Well, the thing is, I wasted over 90 minutes just only to find out that, well, yeah, if you sign into, sign up for X, then you should be able to see your stuff again. Which is why we did that little puppet show earlier with Elrond, or as we call him, Elrond John, or Elrond Hubbard. He is the mob boss of Middle Earth. Where is he? Here he is. Like, yeah, so those are some nice videos you got there. It would be a real shame is if, say, someone was to delete all those. Now, if you sign up for something, we have a conversation with Grok, and they don't delete the videos. So what you gonna do? Again, he's been around a long time. That's why he's the mob boss of Middle Earth. But the garbage collection is very efficient, right, Camda, in Middle Earth? Now, the other thing is when you're in Rivendell, it's advisable not to wear cement shoes near any open bodies of water. You don't want to do that. That's a poor fashion choice. Yes, you want to wear light footwear when you're anywhere near water in Rivendell. Let me do a bit more. That's kind of a turquoise color. And no, there is no fabulous Series 7 cobalt teal bluish. No, we're not using any Series 7 stuff on here. Let's put it this way, RIP. Cement shoes near open bodies of water puts the RIP in in your fashion sense right there. I mean that and white after Labor Day. You just don't do that in Middle Earth. Let me see here. Unless you're a Balrog, then you can pretty much just wear whatever you want and nobody really makes fun of you. So some of this doing a little bit of blended. There was some edges over here. I just had to kind of wait for that paint to set a bit. Because again, that's what I'm gonna. Ooh, let's get some of that sky blue. That's the other reason I had this stuff sitting out on the palette here. Let's do that. Sky blue. I do want at least some of the green here. Let me get a little bit of the phthalo. Come on, a little bit of the phthalo green. And let me try this here. Let me see what happens. So it's a little different than the green there. Yeah, let's rock with this for a bit here, because we need some light up there, and now we're sort of changing that color just a bit. Yeah. Let's get this working here. Now, Camden, did I send you? And again, that was one of the Grok videos. That's why I was really upset, because it was one of my faves. It's actually a video of Eowyn practicing, obviously some sword work, and it's one of those like straw dummies or something like that. And it was so detailed. You can see the breath, like the steam coming from the breath, and then you can see in the because it's kind of a more early morning sunlight, so the sun's coming from the side. You can see every time she hits the straw dummy, there's like you can see that kind of that straw dust comes out of it. And actually, it's at least twice, maybe three times. I mean, the video is only 6 seconds long, but that kind of detail was amazing, and I was like really upset. So I'll try to send you that one, Cam. I'm sure you. I don't think I sent you any of the ones of the Night of Umbar. And again, those videos were all based on my painted miniature, nothing else. Just like the Corsair ships in my videos, well, they're all going to look like this here because that is literally my Corsair symbol. I actually have a flag coming that is this symbol. Now, there's a flag on the way with that symbol on it. That's going to be my tablecloth at Adepticon. Oh, I like this blue. So we got a little of the sky blue going in there. Can't like what we had on our Aowen here. And oh, and by the way, that was part of our Glittering Caves diorama. So I'm going to do the same with this. So we'll print this one out again, and we're going to print out a whole bunch of hoodoo rocks, and we'll make yet another version of that diorama. Now, it would be what would be really sweet is if you know Eldritch Foundry was to make something where you could sculpt a diorama just using their stuff. Nah, I think we're a long ways away from that. I don't, again, I don't know for sure what the plans are, but I don't think that is in their immediate plans at least. And of course, if people check out that this is the main YouTube channel, you've got the Army Showcase videos now. There's actually the Denethor one. That was the very first one I ever did. Learned a lot with that. And then there's the Battlestar Galactica one. So again, that is on the, not the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, but the other one, the main one. And there are dozens more because it's the only way I can show my terrain and all the figures because there's hundreds of figures now. Actually, many, many hundreds. The only way to show those is going to be in like a video form because if I try to show them with the terrain, well, guess what? They're going to be like little insects. Hey there, recoil. So recoil, but I was just oh, this is like the third time I think I've told this story. Well, first thing I'm going to ask you, are you signed up for X? And not like X thing, like whatever thing. Are you signed up for X as in like what used to be, what was that, Twitter or something like that? I only say that because my Grok stuff was basically held hostage. I thought they took it all away. I thought everything was deleted, every video, everything I ever made there. And the only way I was able to get it back was to sign up for X. So yeah, you might want to sign up for X there, Recoil, because I spent 90 minutes trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And it was every computer, every device, it was all gone. So if you have not signed up for X, you might want to do that. Because apparently that's a thing. Valfera just is like, how in the world did you get away this long without signing up for X? Yeah, Recoil, you don't want to go through what I went through for those 90 plus minutes. Because basically it said you are banned. It's like access denied, you're banned, nothing. I couldn't see any of my stuff. So yeah, if you are not signed up for X, you might want to do that. Thanks, RIP. They're really crucial because again, some of my terrain, I photographed it and everything, and then we turned that into videos, and so it's like they're all gone. That was many hours worth of videos created there. So yeah, for some reason, Rico, I thought maybe you were already signed in on X because of doing the podcast and everything. But oh man, yeah, you want to do that because I had no intention of doing it. But it seems like again, it's like Elron said. You got lots of nice videos on there. Be a real shame if something was to happen to him. And obviously, when Elrond issues any advice, you got to listen to it, right? Yeah, even now I have no intention of using it, but the very next time I tried going into Grok Rico, everything was back on all the devices as soon as I signed in. Now I don't know. Also, another thing I found out too in this whole 90 minutes of weirdness is that slowly but surely they're taking away more, and this is with the Super Grok. They're taking away more of your renders every month. So it used to be like limitless, then it was 100 per day, then it was 75, now you might be down to 50.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Panda, for that follow. I appreciate that. So you don't think he's not gonna be super happy if I borrow Shadowfax for a while? He's like, I don't think Shadowfax is gonna be happy if you borrow him for a while. By the way, that big old birdie's looking for you. He's like, I think I better split. Yep, Gwahir is still after Gandalf. Those two do not get along. Oof. There was a six. That actually flashed a six, but there's still a safe roll for Panda. Now where's our? Oh yeah, Shadowfax is down. All of our Gandalfs are downstairs. So thanks a lot, Panda. And Panda again. I think most likely this will be our topic for tomorrow. Again, this is one of the things I made with Meshi right here. So we are gonna have ourselves a wee bit of fun with this thing right here. Can't. Oh, do I have any? I'm looking for some of our. Oh, here we go. Well, of course we don't have one of our Corsairs here, but if we had one of our Corsairs, let's see. Well, we'll just. No, we don't have a. I don't have one. Oh, that's right. We did paint up one of these too, and these are the other files I gotta make. So recoil, since I'm basically almost out of credits for Meshi, I'm just gonna try Tripo for a month, and we will see. Is it better? Is it worse? Is it the same? Oh, geez, you just reminded me there, Panda, somewhere. I've got Radagast Bunny Chariot. Well, I think it's called the Bunny Sleigh, but I got the Bunny Chariot all printed out. Gee whiz. Holy smokes. Actually, I got a bunch of Radagast stuff. I think I got like 2 Radagast miniatures just on foot. I've got, of course, Radagast on Gwahir, and then I've got Radagast in his Bunny Chariot. I gotta get that thing put together too. Well, hopefully Sis is doing like the recovery process is doing well there. Recoil. Yep, we're gonna do the. Again, this is more of our dark panel in the wood here. Sharper edge on the sword hilt there. Try and get me a couple of darks in there. We need to sharpen that baby up right there. Yeah, R.I.P. I think it's from. Is it not from Devon? Oh, it's from. It's not from Dandelion in Middle Earth. Is it from Kurzlook? Oh, Printing Goes Ever On. Yeah, I think it's Printing Goes Ever On, the Bunny Chariot. Yep, it's Printing Goes Ever On. So recoil. There was actually one small piece. Well, I think it was two small pieces of Helm's Deep that I still had to print. So after the stream, we print the last and final mega piece of Helm's Deep. Now, and I think I don't know recoil. I'm starting to have much more success with Suno as far as the avoidance of rock music because I don't think I sent you the Gandalf song or sorry the Sauron songs yet. But I mean we're talking entire choirs going on, choirs singing in black speech and everything. So yeah, I think we're finally starting to be able to avoid that stuff. Well, yeah, when you hit it even harder the next time, right? Recoil. Sorry that recovery has been up and down. So this is so that's the Black Gate stuff. This is actually I've got about seven new Sauron song. Basically, I said, hey, I really like what happened with that Black Gate song. Can we make that happen more? And it was able to, well, look at that. Now we got some real definition in that here. It was able to make some really nifty tunes again for Sauron with all kinds of black speech. That really I was pretty jazzed about it. That was about we. Wait a minute. Did we do? Okay, that's our over. That's an over. We got the main here. Darken this down a little bit around the outside. That's what's missed also here too. Yep, there we go. Just need to do a little bit cleanup stuff there. Now again, 4 hours, 8 minutes, and 11 seconds ago, both of these were entirely paint-free objects. Well, that's trains take many forms. Well, there you go, Rico. Trains just keep on rolling, right? Yep. I mean, well, we love our train stuff, and obviously she does too. Keeping on rolling. That is what trains do. They just keep on rolling. And well, I'll let you know how this tripo stuff goes, Rico. Because remember, it was a couple streams ago, someone was saying that they have a lot of success with tripo. They said that the free version was garbage, which we had discovered. But I mean, this is the time to experiment with it, since well, we know what Meshi can do at least to a certain degree. Might as well try to get that comparison going out. I need to get there we are. I definitely needed to extend that lighter face the skin tone over that way. Yep, the first trains were not exactly giant, were they, Recoil? They were kind of on the small side, but train is a train. No, no, that's not the right. Let's do some of this. That's what we need. Almost like a kind of a grayish, light grayish going on here. Gotta separate that from the skin tone. There we go. Separate that from the skin tone. Man, all this little filigree stuff here, doesn't exist. That was all just painted on. Ooh, I can finally get to the latest lights on the rocks here, because those have had a chance to set now. Well, of course, Camda, I do words. I do words, so it's only natural. The gems like that. I mean, that's immortalized, right, Camda? Because again, I do words. That statement does not say how well or not well those words are done, but I do words. Nowhere in there is a guarantee of how they're going to turn out. Now, this needs to be reinforced here. Come on. And that's actually part of the sculpt right there, that rock face. That is not something that I made out of either Sculpey or our fabulous bulletin board cork. Again, that is part of the sculpt right there. And we'll rock and roll this away here. Yep. So I'll target maybe, I think, next Tuesday, Wednesday for a Tripo trial. Tripo will be on trial next week. I will, well, I was going to say I'll look for as many tutorials as I can find. All of those tutorials on Meshi were not useless. They were less than useless. They were like entirely wrong and unhelpful. Now, of course, we'll see what happens when we do simpler things like, say, our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. I think that it could do well. It's just, ooh, it is not doing well on the flats at all. And forget anything but words. Ooh, man, yeah, we're back to the whole not being able to spell thing, Recoil. Well, actually, it doesn't even spell them. It doesn't even treat them like letters. It's almost like the old days of misspelling, or like the golden days, compared to this. So I needed to get a little something on the shield that was lighter there, just a smidge of something. Now we're going to do that little bit of dry brushing. Again, it's the wettest dry brush ever. That's just Indian yellow. This is not any glaze. It's going to look like it. It is not. It's just because Indian yellow is so hyper translucent that just literally dry brushing it on like that makes it look like it's a glaze. It is not. Rest assured. That is no glaze. I think some kind of Star Wars character said that. Wasn't he a fish dude or something? Uh, it doo-doos words, right? Recoil, that's about what AI does. Yeah, it doo-doos words. Doesn't do them. Can't. Some of the Indian yellow on the hair, some of the Indian yellow on the freehand here. And again, this is just a quick little freehand thing. All of this stuff, again, is just all the freehands, the non-metallics, all that stuff is done in the last 4 hours, 14 minutes. Ham Solo. Actually, that's making me hungry. Oh, that's. I was gonna say, I wish I had me some ham chunks that I could chuck into the salad, because that's what I'll be having Yeah, it ain't going to be terribly nifty for supper. Oh, wait a minute. I got my dump cake though. I was gonna say I thought that was his right hand man. That was like the Kathy was the fifth Hobbit. You were the third Wookiee or something like that. What the third friend of Solo? You were Ham to Solo, or maybe you were his cousin. Maybe you were his cousin, I guess. You get a little bit more of a light there, yeah. And of course, I believe that means you must be a hasty little hobbit. There you go. Hamda the hasty hobbit. That sounds really good there, Recoil. That sounds mighty tasty. But at least, yeah, because I never even got to have any of that during the day. It was so bonkers. And again, I think I got maybe 3 hours of sleep or something. Saturday's stream is going to be super fun because I'm going to be not even getting that much sleep probably tonight. Be lucky if I get two. We are going to get ourselves a little bit more of this lighter green though in here. Yeah, up here too. Now that actually has a little bit of a cooler tone to it. Oh, that makes a difference. Now recoil, somehow when I was doing this, I was just about to put the shoulder pads on there, but I think I got distracted or something, maybe deleted them. I'm like, what's the heck is the difference here? Oh yeah, this still has the shoulder pads on it. Yeah, go figure. Let me work this in here. Yeah. All right. Last little bit of the lighter stuff in the hair. Oh, and now here. Now we got that darker stuff. Now let's go super, super light. Well, if we can, anyways. Come on, more of that white over here. Get that mixed in with our yellow. Oh, geez, more thinner. Okay, I think we got that. We got that back back into shape. It was real clumpy there. I mean, now it's been on the palette for a while. Recoil, what would be interesting is to now it'll take a while to explain this, but I take the Wapelius Spellbrush miniature, I animate it in Grok, I do a screen capture of the Wapelius figure doing stuff, and then I bring that still image back into Meshi to create a high-res image, and then we do a Wapelius Spellbrush figure from that. Also, where's my... I'm going to see if we can't make this recoil. Obviously, the chainsaws would be just like their own separate thing, but the whiz and your little dudes here, yeah, we got to make a bunch of these recoil. The little critters of the Wappleverse right there. I think Meshi could do that. Again, that's gonna be a bundle of credits, which we might be doing that in Tripo instead. Because, well, hopefully we would have a whole bunch of credits there. And that whole cross-platforming, right? Recoil, that is the only way to go. Just to, yeah, like, GPT to Suno, and then using that to create the image and then the animation prompts too. It's because we're doing train stuff, Camda. Right, Rico, you can be the train or you can be the tracks. It's all your choice. I choose to make this lighter here and also there. Maybe a smidge more down, and then this too. Yeah, you know what? Hit that, and then a little teensy bit more there. Okay, so again, we want that to look like it's going down into those folds, like so. We will try to lighten up this just a touch more now that we got our yellow in there. Now I'm gonna take our umber, some of the yellow, respect the umbar. Especially down here towards the bottom of the cloak. Maybe a little bit more with the Indian yellow. Again, this is not, we're not doing a glaze type of thing here. This is just super translucent stuff all on its own. Yeah, there we are. There we go. And now over here. And that should, yeah, yeah. Now it looks like we got those undulations in there, right? Join, yeah, a little bit more of our, again, basically Indian yellow there. You know what? We'll get some of that on the end of that sword hilt. This is, we either got to go, we could go darker. Let me try this here, Van Dyke Brown. Ooh, there we go. I was like, that is a big old blob of paint on there. Yeah, that's what we needed. When in doubt. Sometimes you just got to go darker. That's what we did there. Doing it here too. Maybe here. Maybe in there and that. Yeah, a little bit there. Something there too. That recoil, it's again, it just seems like we've been doing this for years. In some cases, it's not even week. It's hours. I mean, all of this stuff as of Wednesday morning, I wasn't even signed up for Meshi. Yeah, and those prints, some of those prints took like 8, 9 hours to print. Camda, actually, I don't think I ever sent you the train or the track song. Well, I'll have to send those to Camda, right? Recoil. Yeah, we'll have to have him introduced to the train or the track song. You know what we haven't done here? We haven't introduced any of our skin tone over there. Holy cow. Ah, that makes a little more sense now. I think I've got about 4 versions of that. But yeah, I made that Camda after, well, some of the responses that happened. I think you know what I'm talking about there. And that's when Recoil and I just said, you know what? There's 2 things out there. We know which one we want to be. mean, recoil like that. Remember when you were doing the Vox Imperium video? I think you were working on a lot of that during the stream, right? And you were making discoveries by the minute. Almost every other minute was a new discovery. Camden, let's put it this way. Imagine you discover something as impactful as, say, the Paul Rubens alkyds like every 15 minutes for weeks on end. It's that level now. Yeah, not like, okay, once every few months or once every 6 months, something on that order of magnitude, kind of earth shattering discovery. Yeah, that's just pretty much like, it's been 10 minutes. Where's the earth shattering discovery now? You almost get bored to not have one, right? To recoil. It's like, it has been more than a half an hour and there hasn't been something that's completely blown my mind. What? This is boring. I'm telling you, recoil, it's, all bets are off now. Yes, indeed. Ooh, is that going to be too late up there? Not if we stop right there. Because, I mean, it's kind of meshing with the latest light that's on the shield over there. So I think we're good there. I think we're all right. Is that just too much? Let me take a little paint off of there. And let me go in a little bit more of our lighter skin tone. They're trying to just get, come on, some more on that schnoz. All right, fine. We'll thin it down a little. Other side, come on. Ah, there we are. I wonder, let me look at this one here again. Yeah, recoil, I mean, when I look even just at the Battlestar Galactica video now, recoil, knowing what I know, there's a part of me that says, man, I wish I knew this stuff when I made that. And of course, I thought that was like the pinnacle. Yeah, all of a sudden, even that now is just kind of like, well, yeah, we can do that not just way better, but way faster. Now, I was telling people recoil that now there's essentially five different devices that is on, and it's just cranking away on each one. Each one, well, now pretty much each one's going to be doing meshy stuff. Each one's going to be doing Grok and GPT stuff, Suno stuff. Yeah, there we are. Uh, so again, that is the AON, and this is getting pretty interesting now. I can't wait to see it there, recoil, and I just wish that it was easier to share. We didn't have to do the whole either Dropbox or what's the other thing, the Google Drives and stuff, because it just takes a while. Oh, that's right. I shared that. I was thinking the song that I did for my the one song anybody can watch that, but the other song I did for my brother, I'm pretty sure I shared that with you, with the Google Drive there. No, we're not gonna lighten that. I am gonna just on the end of this here a little lighter. Same deal up there. Come on, tiny bit up here. Okay, that works. We need some reflected light down here. I think now we're getting there. am still going to set up the Dropbox folder though, with all the vids and the song, and then of course then the files. I don't know. Those files might start chewing up that Dropbox folder too. Blending brush here. Doing that. I think we're good to roll that. Nah, wait a minute. A little funky edge here on the underside of this. We'll just. Is there some of the green active over here? Maybe. Some of that. Some of the Van Dyke Brown. Under here. Yeah, there we are. I think we're good on that. So this side, maybe we could utilize a little bit of this dark here. Maybe even some here on our planks. Right in there. No problem there, RIP. Again, hopefully we get to see you on, well, the stream later today. So thanks for being here, RIP. Appreciate that. So Recoil, I actually have a fairly large storage there because years ago, that was how I was getting people the tutorial videos because it was, well, it was at the time, it was physical copies. So, believe it or not, Rico, I've been paying a ton of money for basically not using it. So I want to finally start getting some use out of that thing. I've pretty much just been using a whole bunch of money just to not really use it at all. Yeah, it's definitely not the free version. I think it's been about 20, 30 bucks a month or something like that. Okay, I think now we've got that separated too. Yeah, all right. What I think I might do now is, again, well, I'm getting to be quite hungry. We've been doing this for 4.5 hours now. So let's do a little bit of thank yous to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. And I want to say thanks for all the follows. We've actually had ourselves a bunch of new little hobbitses. Yes, lots of new little hobbitses, and they were not hasty hobbits. They were just hobbits. And again, I think one of either this one here and or maybe this one again. Depends what I can get on a base between well, now and our stream later today. Because well, actually, Championship Saturday now begins in 6 hours 20 minutes. Holy smokes, that's insane. Yeah, it is now less than 7 hours away. Okay, there we go. Here, let's show our tool. Where'd the other one go? There you are. So there's a Tale of Two Eowens, Glittering Caves Eowyn, and then Durnhelm right here again with a little spot of freehand there on the cloak. Just a little something something. And here's a fun little side by side of our two Eowens there. That is really fun. So thank you so much, Armor Wolf. Appreciate that, and we'll see you. Well, I'll see you after the stream there. Recoil, same thing, Camda. Same thing. Be shooting you guys some messages there. So I'm gonna get this underway. There we are, getting that underway now. So this was super fun. Again, these were sculpted in Eldritch Foundry. Eldritch Foundry, and we again the tutorial video that we did for this is on the Patreon page. So see you later there, Recoil.